supposed to be here with a blue block or something. Don't think they are. Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. I'm sitting here looking at the news and not paying attention. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I'm watching on my screens, my two primary trading screens, is captured in the video. And my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. I think everything's okay. Let's see here. The stream is trickling down the hill and looks like my mic is working and whatever else. Cool. Well, so as I said, this is Risk Neutral Trading. It's my virtual trading journal. What does that mean exactly? Well, it means that everything I am watching on my screens is captured on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment, and I trade live, real time, only structured, previously identified to have edge setups. Now, that's could be a little bit contradictory. Here's where we are. So everything that is happening on Bookmap over here is live, real time in the markets. And this is my charting package, and this is where I develop strategies and backtest them. So anything that's done over here, like this strategy forward testing, here's an example right here. That's done within the IRT simulated environment, because obviously I don't want to test out a new strategy or backtest a new strategy with in the live market with my for-profit accounts. So let's get on with the business here then. First of all, I guess it's important to start out with the reports for the day. So far we have basically nothing going on today in reporting. We had the ADP weekly change unemployment. 2-star was out at 715, a nothing burger. We're still in a bit of earnings, but there's nothing going on with that particularly to worry about. Marvel, if you're into comic books, I guess that's pretty cool. This is investing.com, which is my original source for news. It's obviously free. You can see the ads flapping all over the place. I do that intentionally so that anybody that comes to the stream can have the same resources that I lean on. Another thing I like about investing.com is it only schedules and tracks normal, traditional economic numbers and reports. FOMC, non-farm payroll, GDP, PPI, that sort of thing. You can filter this also by any place you are or any reports that you want to see. And if you notice, the event title turns to a URL if you hover over it with your mouse. So you can, if you don't know what ADP employment change weekly is, you can click that button and find out all the recent releases and who puts it out and everything about it. I also like this format because it's easier and clearer for me when I do a screen snap and paste into like Discord or somewhere. This is the financial juice, and I track it for a couple of reasons. Probably the most notable is that it also adds random events which pose a critical risk to the market or to our auction, like this right here. Now, for the president to have a cabinet meeting has been going on for 250 years, right? Perfectly normal, perfectly acceptable. However, in this environment, we as traders, I hope you realize, this is a huge potential for some random thing to be said, which could have a big impact on the market, on our current auction for today. So I really appreciate that they pull these things into their schedule, because as traders today, our primary objective is to preserve our account. The fundamental way you do that is risk management. You can't manage risks which you have not pre-identified and, figured out how you're going to mitigate that risk. So I really appreciate that they pull these in. I know that at 10 o'clock I'm going to be flat. Or, have a hedge on, but I can make a mitigation plan and plan on this. Nothing political, strictly from a risk management point of view with the market. On the right side over here is a live squawk box. Now, the market did this at 720-ish. What is that? 45 to 70? 35 handles or so. And what immediately you expect that's got to be news. So, yeah, and it was. Here's Iran is committed to restoring the number of commercial vessels to transit the Straits of Hormuz to previous levels within 1 month. U.S. military is going to withdraw from any naval blockades and from the vicinity, and whatever else it says up here, right? So that's why that, and here's exactly what happened. There's the S&P index. Boom! Doesn't that look familiar? Right over here. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And CFDs and the dollar index. So that's the news. These are my two news sources, and you understand how I use them. Let's look at the pre-market. Well, this is Investor RT, which is my basic charting package. Here is yesterday's RTH session, and here's today's ETH session. Now, just a word about Investor RT. If you look in the header of any of these charts or tabs or windows, whatever, there's the name of that tab, which doesn't mean anything to anybody but me. But importantly, there is the indicator, the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So this is the MES Renko. 12 ticks. 12 tick Renko. This is the micro NASDAQ, the micro ES. Yesterday's RTH, today's ETH, same story with the header. Over here is the micro ES high time frame or micro composite chart for me. And this is the market profile chart, but I don't switch from micro to mini. I leave this one on minis. Our quote page, settlement price, what's the volume doing at the moment? Well, 74% and 1.75 points per 1 minute candle ATR. I also track the same tab configuration for the minis here. But let's watch the micros because that's what we're focused on trading. Now, starting with the high time frame, this is, again, MES daily candles, the RTH session. Each one of these is 1 day's RTH session. There is yesterday. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC, this yellow thing. It generates these high and low volume nodes, which is the high volume node, low volume node, represented by the red and green lines here. The values are pushed automatically to Bookmap. And the session prices, which also push to Bookmap. I should mention, I think, in case I forgot, I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, and that the point of this stream is not to do so. This is, again, my virtual trading journal, and I let anybody look over my shoulder to see what I'm doing and hopefully, contribute something to me, improve me in my trading, or help them. There's a disclaimer in the description here. Please read that. So again, not for financial or trade advice. Everybody knows how risky trading can be. But when I anticipate a trade setting up, I will narrate it, discuss it, because the way I get my thinking into the stream is this voiceover. When a trade triggers, I'll execute, and then I'll manage the trade, all live in real time. That's the reason the stream lasts from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 each trading day. There's a commitment here by me to take no trades off of the stream. What good would it do me to sneak trades off the stream? This is my journal. Why would I want to do that? Who am I trying to kid? It just doesn't make any sense. So you need to approach that. This is not some internet guru thing trying to get you to subscribe to something. This is my trading journal, and I stream it openly for the purpose of transparency and accountability. And I think I said this before, I take no trades or setups which I have not pre-vetted through backtesting and determined to have a positive edge. So there we are. This is Bookmap. Notice there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. There are just a few references here, and they are based on price, volume, and probabilities. Now, these are the session. Let's start with the columns from right to left. Micro composite column where I manually enter these values. There's the all-time high. There's the gap low, because this is a gap. Technically, the gap would be from where we closed yesterday to where we opened today. Originally, we were out of range because we were trading up here above the yesterday's high, but that's no longer the case. And then this column are the high and low volume nodes, which are, there's one right there. Now, this column is the full session volume profile. It started plotting last night at 1700. It will plot continuously through 1600 today. This is the full session. This is not the ETH. This is the RTH delta and volume profile. We'll reset this morning at 8:30. And this is my statistics column, which is real important to me. We'll go through that in a minute. And these are the session prices pushed from my RT. Now, these session prices, I start pushing these, publishing them at 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 on Friday. And I share them freely and openly with anybody that wants them. Just drop something in the chat and I'll hook you up. No problem. Happy to do so. I don't have a dome here anymore on Bookmap, but what I have are the most important columns of any dome, and that is the liquidity or the order book, the full order book, level 2, and the price ladder. I trade with my mouse on the Bookmap chart, so that's why I don't need the dome. Now, you'll notice that there's no mysterious anything over here. There is an RTH for the full session. more muted yellow right there, right up here, full session, or, overnight, ETH, extended hours, whatever you want to call it. And here's the RTH. Now, there's also first of all, a POC, as I hope you understand, is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, 2,700 and whatever it is up here. Well, must be about 3,000 because that's 29. Contracts have traded at 62. The minute one of these prices trades one more contract, this yellow line will move there. This is an Globex VWAP and an RTH VWAP in the mid. The rest of these are just session. These are just session prices. The only possible confusion some people get is with the initial balance high and low because of the naming. It's from the market profile days, but these two values are nothing more than a flag of the high and the low for the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, and that's it. You'll see Blue Boy over here, which is a vertical line that I put on the first print of every session. And that helps me a lot, because if I can glance over and see Blue Boy over here, and I know that this is the active live current column or current state of the market, without question, I know the entire context of the session so far. It's a chop fest. We had a pop on Iranian news. Now we're back down here again, right down where we started. Let's talk about the statistics. So the first thing we want to do is we want to identify the statistics open type. Very simple, 2 criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? There's the close. It's higher than the close, isn't it? How would this price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, right now, we're below the high and we're above the low. So we are higher in range. So the next thing I want to do is change this column title to higher in range. And I do that because when I look at the stream or a screen snap, I can see the column title and I automatically know the relationship of that data. Next thing we're going to do is clear the statistics from yesterday, because we're going to go get the new ones. Boop. There you are. Now let's look at the new statistics. They come from this study in IRT, and here was yesterday. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type blue, but not until 8:30. So we've determined we're going to open higher in range, and the way this whole system works is very simple. The computer looks back at the most recent 1,747 trading days. Of these days, we opened higher in range 539 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.9% of the time. Overnight volume point of control 80.9. Drum roll, boom. That's all there is to it. Now, I'm just going to go down the list here. The next one is going to be the overnight high, which is 74.9. And I'll just keep going. Overnight high, 74.9. And so on. Now, be sure you understand these are not hard, fast lines in the sand, but this level, this probability represents the amount of days or percentage that this level was revisited in the upcoming RTH session by price. That's it. That's what this whole thing represents. Overnight mid is 74.6. Previous value or a high 70.7. I want to get to something here. I have a reason for looking for the. There we go. The previous close is 69.2. We want to get that one in there. Ow. Why is it doing that? And we want to see the IB high, which is 59.2. Okay. 59.2 IB high. And the reason I typed the initials is because the definition, remember, high and low of the first 1 hour. So the minute we open, this is going to come down above price, and this one's going to come up. Simple. IB low is 60.1. Ooh, boy, that's about a split hair, isn't it? And then I'll get into the statistics and the data. Ooh, why didn't that work? IB low. I'll get in the statistics in a minute after we open. And there is the previous. I want to see previous high and low. Where'd they go? Previous PVOC. Where'd that one go? Well, the previous high is 59.2. So that is right there. And the previous low, 34.7. Which way do you think price typically leans? Overnight low, that's always a biggie. Where did that go? 49. Now this is a great. This is great because this illustrates the fact that these are just probabilities. Nothing, and there's only two criteria. Where we would open today compared to previous days close and range. Obviously, if we're going to get to 60.11 down here, or 60.1, we're going to get through 59.0 first, right? So that hopefully will illustrate the fact that these are probabilities. Okay, next order of business is something. What is it? Okay, next order of business is something I do every morning at 8:20, which is the TLab snap. And that is the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room. What is that? What the hell is all that about? We don't put that in there. What happened to the TLab snap? There we go. The TLab snap is a bookmap. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And every day around 5:30 or 6, I post the reports for the day, and then at around 8:20, I post this tab. This is designed to give the traders and other folks in there all the numbers they might possibly want. And the Traders Lab itself is obviously it's a bookmap Discord chat room. And it was started by a guy named, and continues to be led by Tom B. Whatever. That's his handle, and who knows what the rest of his name is, or who cares. He's a experienced professional trader. He started 47 years ago and started managing money and stuff like that. So he's got a lot of experience. I would be shocked if he still trades other people's money. I'm sure he trades his own account and is quite comfortable. he doesn't, you'll never be solicited for anything in there, or at least to this day. But it's important to know that it's not a live trading room, and there's no trade calling. So primarily it is analysis and sharing of experience amongst the people, and sort of led by Tom. I was active in there for a long time, and then I actually took his advice to narrate my own market and focus on what I'm doing rather than yucking it up in a Discord room, and from that grew the stream. But every day at, like I said, around 6 and at 8:20, I kind of, as a sign of support and respect, I put in those 2 snaps for everybody. So that's the TLab. Now let's have a look over here, and I think you'll find it important to be able to trade with Bookmap, right? So with the new version of Bookmap, rather than select the column that you use to trade with your mouse, you select the account. And in this case, I'm working with 5 Lucid accounts. This wants to be 5 because that's the only way I was able to figure out to de-risk even further than just 2 minis, or 2 micros, I'm sorry. So let's first of all make sure this is the hell is that? Statistics window. Okay, that looks right. I've never seen the rest of that crap before, but anyway. All right. Let's make sure we're doing the multi-account trading to Lucid, and we are. What does that mean? That one trade here will be instantly copied to those 4 other accounts. So for the price of one, or those 5 evaluations, one-time fee, I am trading, I have $5,000 of drawdown against that. So I can, that's what I'm doing, and looking for a payout, and to further validate the hedge strategy. Hey, Antonio, good morning. How are you, my brother? To the bam fofo. It's 19C, cloudy and rainy over here. I hope it's pleasant where you are. Been hotter than hell, though. It was 31 or 32 yesterday afternoon, so there you go. Anyway, now that I have set that up, got the setup correct, got the number of contracts in for the hedge, got the proper account, turn that back off, I can have cancel and close and all the metrics up here. Because I'm running the hedge idea now, my P&L and everything is in dollars, not in ticks, which I really don't like to do, but I need to do that now until I understand completely what's going on with the hedge philosophy and how that's working out, and it's easier for me to do dollars. Sorry. Okay, the setup is the same over here. Now on the hedge side, this is the mini, and oops, that was stupid. And the account is the same, and it's for 1 mini, and okie dokie. And there's cancel and close. So, okay, let's get back to the business at hand. We're going to open in about a minute. I hope to hell I've got everything figured out. Yeah, well, good. Those gals are running around skimpily dressed. That's always pleasant. That's one thing about over here. They, when it's 40 below, you can't even tell. They're all bundled up. All right. So, again, welcome. We're ready to open here. This is I'm going to open in 10 seconds. I think we're ready to go. This is the micro ES. Hedges will be against the mini. Let's see what happens. There's the open and nobody reset. So let's try to do that. See if that works. Apparently not. There we go. I don't like the looks of this very well. Jesus, what is going on, man? Well, we're open, but nothing's happening. Now, I don't know whether whether Rhythmic fell over or just what, but that wasn't very pleasant here, huh? We did get it recentered, so okay. There was a big pop earlier, Antonio, and that's all about the Iranian thing. Let me get over here and reset these. Reset all. Oh, I don't want to do that. Wrong button. Reset all of these. There we go. I'm going to go from full session to the RTH now. So that means that suddenly this is yesterday's RTH session, and the new RTH is going to plot over here, assuming that IRT gets its shit together here pretty quick. There we are. So this is yesterday, here's today. We're in range. We are just slightly out of value. Here we are on the micro composite. I think this market is just hanging on a thread myself, but hey, I've been saying that for 500 points. So what do I know? The reason I changed the sessions here is to keep the relationship of the the session prices for those. A lot of people use the session prices that I push or that I publish, and they're from IRT. It's not mine. I just publish them, to help, try to help if I can. Now we're open. We're open, huh? Okay. It wasn't any fun. I didn't want to do that. Okay. Over there. So now that I'll give this a few minutes to kind of get its shit together here a little bit, and then I'll slap on Blue Boy for the day. Talked about this in the earlier stages of the market. That's the first print of the market, and there's the open buried right under there. I'll be right back. All right, we're open. Here's the IB high, there's the IB low, there's everybody doing everything, so great. And we're at 1 point high across the ladder. No big, the only liquidity looks like we got down there at the 30s, just above the overnight low. This was the big Yahoo, let's go to the moon, Alice, because of the Iran thing. Covered all that in the pre-market, so. Hi, Panda. How are you? Want to say hi to Antonio? What? There you go. There you go, baby. Okay. Okay, dokie. Okay. So let's see now. We've opened. What's the volume doing up here? Holding its own, but we've picked up about a point in ATR, which is absolutely normal. There we are. There we were. Here we are. Oop. Come on. Come on. See us there. There we go. Pretty light volume, unless somebody's fallen on its head. This thing's only printed 2 bars on there while working on the third for the Renko. And that's 12 ticks. Pretty tight. And that would, that's borne out by the fact that the range is 45 to 39-ish. So 6 handles. That ain't going to last long, I wouldn't imagine. I would suppose that's not going to be forever. Over here we have the, let's just run along here. We've got the various setups for the trading. This is the EF IB, the old-fashioned one that I originally built. And there we go. What do you suppose they're waiting for? My guess would be, well, let's look at this for a minute. Here is the precipitant for the news. Notice that this is all from the Iranian side, which is probably accurate, actually. But you haven't seen any response from, POTUS or anybody. Well, here we go. So what? Who cares? Jesus. May appear at the NBA Finals. What the hell? Like, that guy cares about baseball. Whatever the NBA Finals, basketball. There you go. Now, this is important. 10 o'clock this morning, there's a Trump cabinet meeting. I talked about this. The fact that financial juice brings these high potential risk events into the calendar, whether they're traditional economic ones or not. You'll never see that over here. So there we go. Interesting, there's been no The longer, I would say, the longer that there's a delay in any kind of response, confirmation or otherwise from this side, the U.S. side, probably the more accurate it is, just my guess. And I think they seem to be, I don't think probably that the Iranian folks are as skilled at, market spin and all that stuff. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. But it doesn't seem like it in the course of this dust up we've been having. It seems like there's been more of a measured and pointed response and feedback. I don't know. It could be just me. But let's see what happens. No problem. We're tighter than hell. We're 36 to 45. Well, so we're 9 handles. That's not a lot. Are we going to come down here and price check aisle 3 and take out the close, the overnight low, point south? I would say so. I would bet that we're going to. But I wouldn't bet a trade that we're going to. So the data, let's look at the data. Ooh, the data. Well, the screener here says the following. What's in play? So, zero in play, forming the initial balance, opening candle, and the, why is it the initial balance by weekday? Oh, continuation by weekday. Initial balance by weekday. Okay. I changed these around a little bit. These are forming, which is, of course, normal. The continuation candle is kind of the first one. First of all, there's, we're about ready to close the gap. In fact, we have closed the gap. So the gap closes off the table. Excuse me. The gap being where we closed to where we opened. So not much of a gap to close, but they did it right there. So that is, the gap has been closed. There was no outside range, so that's not an issue. Well, if there was any question about the gap close, they made damn sure of it right there. I would say we're going to take these 30s for sure because they've been going down and picking up these liquidities right, left, and center. Now it's back to the data. So the gap fill has happened. Let's look at the opening candle. Damn it. I got the wrong one. Sorry about that. Opening candle. I'm not very up to speed with this whole story yet. Here's the opening candle continuation by day. And this is Wednesday. What does this mean? 60. First of all, the opening range or the initial balance is 60 minutes. I have the candle set on 60 minutes, not 30 or any other number. If it's a green day, on Wednesday, and a red day, and a green day. And how does this thing work? Well, it's pretty simple. Let me show you the groovy little pictures that they put down here. I think there's one. Yeah, there we go. All right. Disregard this 30-minute opening thing. They need to fix that or remove that text because you can make this candle anything you want. This is the opening candle of whichever period, RTH session, whichever period. If it closes at the end of whatever length period you've set, if it closes higher than it opens, it's green. What a concept. If it closes lower than it opened, it's red. Those things have an effect on what we're going to do in terms of fill, breakout, close, all that stuff. What that looks like on a chart is, I got those, Anton showed me or mentioned to me how to set up the profiles. I got this all figured out here now. So this is starting to plot right over here. Now I'm going to turn on, I got a bazillion things going on here. Let's see where that went. Opening candle continuation. Okay. So right now we're red, you see, because we opened up here. At this moment, we put in the IB high first. I think that's its candle. There is it. No. There's the open. So at this moment, the IB low was put in first so far. And we're trading down. In other words, here's the open and here's the close. So it's down. That's what that says. Based on this, then, let's see if I have another one saved over here. Opening. Right. So the next one we're going to do, I'm trying to get these lined out so that I have a cadence for them or a sequence. So bear with me. The next one would then be, and I keep forgetting to use the damn ones I've already worked on over here. Let's look at the initial balance by weekday. Or if you want to start from the very beginning, we can look at the initial balance by breakout. And it keeps forgetting the right damn instrument here. I'm obviously not, I need to get up to speed better with this thing. I think I know what I'm doing, but I'm not sure. So, in a normal day, ES, 73.8% probability will fill one side, and we will breach one side of the IB. 23% will take both, and 2.38% we will take neither. So, I hope that remembers this. Now, the next report that I try to do here, which is what I wanted to do over here, was the by day, by weekday. You can do these individually, but I'm trying to save them correctly. So on a Wednesday, there's an 80% probability that we'll take one breakout of one side, and 16% will take both. 4% will take neither. And where is the next one? Retracement, rejection. So the rejection is, oh good, I'm saving everything. This is an interesting report, and this is by all days so far. So we can filter it down for, and any IB size. We can filter it down for the today, but typically 60 minutes IB again. If the IB high is formed first, there is a 8% probability we'll take the IB, break the IB high first. There's an 83% probability we'll break the IB low. If it's the other way around, it's the other way. These are the statistics. Now, essentially what this is saying is if whichever initial balance level is formed first is the least probable to be breached. So let's now just do a quick customization of, oh, there is Wednesday. Okay, great. We're on a Wednesday. Save. Wednesday. This was Wednesday. I was thinking it was all days. Excuse me. I didn't scroll down for it. I had it on Wednesday already from earlier this morning. Assuming that we break out the IB, well, let's first get over here. What are we doing? Well, so far, the IB low. No, so far the IB high was first, unless I'm crazy. And that's, no comments. Thank you very much. Well, if you look at the better, easier to see over here, there's the IB high, and there's the first print. That put in the IB high first. So the IB high was put in first. So there's an 8% probability that we're going to take out single break the IB high, and an 83% or whatever it was, we're going to single break the IB low. Okay, cool. Now, this thing is still forming, so you can tell I know very little about TradingView. The reason I'm doing this is these indicators from Edgeful come with the subscription to Edgeful. These things right here. And there's a whole bunch of them, many more than these favorites I have. So there you go. It's easy to visualize, I think. Simpler than with IRT for sure. So that brings us to then assuming that we're going to break the IB low, let's see what happens by rejection. Is this rejection? Yeah, I don't mean rejection. I'm sorry. By retracement. There we are. What does this mean? Well, this is on Friday, so first thing we need to do is fix that to Wednesday. Okay. On Wednesday, assuming the IB low is broken first, which would be a breakdown, there's a 78% probability that it will break the IB low and retrace back to 25% of the range. 55% will do 50. 22% will get to 75. And I think there's a groovy little picture down there too. There we go. Single IB break. This is going the other direction, but anyway, there's the IB range. Here's the IB high. Single break. This put in the IB low first. Right there. And there's the IB high up here, I guess. And we took out the IB high first to the upside. Single break. So that's, and if you want to look at that on the, maybe in the real world, there's the IB high. So the idea is that at 9:30, if we breach this one first, we'll retrace to this 25%. Now I've got these percentages in here pushed from IRT because I have them plotting as part and parcel of one of my strategies. And we can look at that right now. And that is someplace around here. There we go. That's right here. So this is that strategy based on edge fill, EF, edge fill. Not very clever, but there you go. Not creative, let's put it that way. A couple of things about this view. This is weekly market profile, volume profile. Here are the levels, 25, 50, 25. What I did was, rather than make 175 and 125, which would be, if you're starting at the IB high, this would be 25, 50, 75. If you're starting the IB low, this would be 25, 50, 75. So I thought I'll just make it IB high 25, IB 50, IB low 25. Either which way the market is moving, it's clear. These levels push automatically across the book map. So that's what you see over here, these levels inside the IBs. So that I could trade this over here on book map as it's traded here. Now, the way this system works, or the way it's been coded here to work, is breakout, pull back to the trigger, and go on. The thinking is, the way I understand that you would think about this, so we break the IB low first. There's this 80%, 78% probability we're going to pull back to the IB to the 25% range. There's a 50% probability we're going to get back to the 50% range, 55%. So on the short side, in my opinion, this would be the best place to enter, because you only got a 22% probability that it pulls back to the 75% level. In other words, if we break out low, rather than enter here with a 50% probability we're going to pull back to the 50% of the range, enter the short there at the 50 with your stop above the 25 up here, the 75, because there's only a 20% probability it's going to continue on to that level. That's the thinking as I understand it. That's pretty much how I coded this test thing up, strategy. Boy, with all that big news and the cabinet meeting at 10, everybody and their brother is in wait and see Bubba. 25 to 41. 36 or something. 16 handles. And Anton, good morning. Caution here. I don't know whether you're watching the news or whatever, but this market's in a real tight hold. There's a cabinet meeting at 10, and there's a huge bunch of pretty important news out at about 7:30, which caused that big pop. And in my opinion, they're just standing by waiting for some reaction. That's what I think, and the reaction could be drastic and not very friendly. Here's the cabinet meeting. This is the news, all out from the Iranian side, and all great. Sounds great to me. All of it. Get the hell out of here, Iranian military. Get the hell out. We're gonna have commercial ship transit through the straits back to pre-war levels within a month. And that Oman and Iran are going to, together, will have an arrangement to monitor the strait. This all sounds great to me, but I'm sure the market is waiting for something. They're waiting for some response because there, as far as I can see in my news or Bloomberg, Walter Bloomberg, whatever, there's been none, which is suspicious. And there's this cabinet meeting at 10 o'clock. So, an hour. That's what I know about that. Worked last night with the hedge story. I'm real confident with how to put it on, etc. But I took off I took off the long leg and was instantly down $800 replay. So that's I clearly need to work or figure or understand or something the proper way to unwind that thing. My theory about using it will be, first of all, get rid of all these stupid lines over here. Come on. Is there some reason why you're not responding to me, mister? There we go. Let's make this 250. Close them. Okay. I will only take vetted setups, normal setups that, like we've discussed, and rather than the stop, have the hedge in place. But it does me no good, really, if I can't figure out and don't understand how to unwind it. In a economically favorable fashion. So they're pushing the high up. Well, that means that now this is all going to change with the data. Here's the IB high so far. There was the IB high at the open. If they exceed this, it's only 9 o'clock, right? So there's another 30 minutes. Which they just did, the IB high will lift up. Meaning then that all of the data we just looked at for those statistics flips on its head, because now all of a sudden the IB low is put in first and the continuation candle has changed from red to green for the bias. Oh, by the way, thanks for your heads up on the I got these the volume profiles. This thing is pretty crazy looking, but this is what I see when I get delta. I don't know what all this extra nonsense over here, but anyway, yeah, cool. And Anton was pointing out to me how to get the volume profiles and all this stuff over here so I can kind of see what's going on. So there you go. So now this entire situation has changed, right? Because we have the IB high breaking out, likely to break out. Well, we don't know whether it's going to break out high or low, but what we do know is which one was put in first. So get back to the, I keep forgetting which one of these to do. Get back to the rejection. Is this it? The rejection one. Okay, so now, if the IB high was formed first, which it was a minute ago, now the IB low is formed first. So that means there's a 92% probability that we're going to take the IB high, and that's on Wednesday as the first break. Looking back 6 months on the MES, I know this is probably well, it's the same. It's the same as you originally suggested, and I'll show you here. Just happen to have Mr. Hedge Boy right over here. Well, oops, that's kind of bright. I'll put it on the dark mode here. There we go. Well, here it is. Now, this was last night with me doing stuff, right? So the hedge is, this is for a long. And where are we trading now? 75.43. Okay, so let's just imagine we're right here. 75.43. Boop. So this is the entry. 5 contracts. This is the hedge. 1 contract, 1 mini short. Add of 5 micros. This is the average price, and that is how this all works right here. Then let's imagine that price trades up to the average price. So 75.40 half. We'll take off the short leg, which is over here, which is the mini. 75.40.5, and scratch is up here, and that's correct because we were 2.5 points drawdown to here on the mini, and if we close it at this point, we need to get another 2.5 points on those 10 contracts to scratch. So it needs to get back to 43 scratch. Now where I got upside down was, and this was just trying, obviously replay, trying to figure all of this out. If it's a long and you take off the long leg first, I'm not sure my math worked exactly right. I think it did, but what happens is if you take the long leg off first, anywhere up here, not in profit, you've got a drawdown on the long and you're way underwater on the short. And if it continues to go up, exponentially increases the drawdown, or that's what happened. I didn't take a screen snap of it. I was stupid of me. But it ended up like, I just sat here and watched it. Obviously it was just a replay, so no harm, no foul, but I'm trying to, well, it just depends. There's 2 questions that I have, or 2 things I'm approaching. If it's a long, is there some rule that I have not figured out yet, or some thinking logic that I haven't figured out that, for example, if it's a long, you never close the long leg first? But that makes no sense. What if it just keeps going south? Then you would close the long leg and you'd lean on the short to pick up the difference. And it just depends on where, and what I'm trying to figure out is if there is an opportune price to close them, or just if it doesn't look like it's going your way, close them both, and you've lost is 2.5 points on 10 contracts or 1 mini. That's what I haven't quite figured out, or not quite. That's what I haven't figured out. And I will say that was one instance of the replay last night. On all the other several, geez, I don't remember how many trades, just, you know, and just random, not even looking at a setup like, okay, I'm just going to throw one on here at 36 and I'm going to put my stuff down here and I'm going to be going long and hedge it. I was up, you know, a couple $1,000 just doing that. But then the one went south real fast, and I have to figure out a way to prevent that from happening. What, Dana? So yeah, there's that. So that's where I'm at. Anyway, great day. I hope everything's good in Boca. Mocha Choca Boca. Rainy and 19C over here. Look at the difference here. Well, that's not good. I can tell you right away that that's a mess. Wow. Look at the NQ. Something's wrong. Hold on. Why are you not being nice over here? What's going on? Why is this thing all jammed up? This goddamn thing. It must be lagged. No, it's not lagging at all. So what the hell is that all about? Okay. There we are. Okay. Wow, that's weird. If I have these two compressed, it stops updating. Magic. There's a way to keep those candles together, and I forget what it is. Anyway. Okay, so there we are. Here we are. That's plotting. We've now put in the IB low first and are spinning off the other way to the highs. Just cross an open. My guess is this tomfoolery will continue until somebody says something right or wrong. You know, I don't know. Maybe Trump's dead or in the hospital. I can't imagine that some big bunch of news came out like that and he's not been on the phone, you know, tweeting up a storm, but apparently not. What's Bloomberg got to say? Huh. That's not a good thing. Well, Walter Bloomberg on his thing, you know, which comes from the Bloomberg terminal, says Iran-US draft framework links Hormuz access to security deal. So, and that was an hour ago. And that's about what he's got going on there. Again, if you want to see what that is, it's, I don't know how to put it on my lower screen or really want to. It's on X. It's Twitter. Walter Bloomberg at Delta One. He's a Swiss guy who has been trading apparently a long time. He's got 1.4 million followers. And if you see a post that's all in caps, that's a direct copy and paste from his Bloomberg terminal. So the story goes. he could just hit the cap locks and yuck it up. I mean, I don't know. Well, yeah, me too. That's my objective too, is to the first objective is to buy time and not get stopped out, and B, to convert that to a profit. But as I said, I did quite fine with several, and some of them didn't take a hedge at all. Some of them just went the right direction because I was mean reverting them and relaxed, and it was replay. And I did different days, not just yesterday. I mean, I did back a while, so there wasn't something I remembered. But it's that it's just how to get loose from that and which leg. So obviously the leg, typically it would be the leg go in the direction that you originally put the trade on for, because that would mean it was going in that direction. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We will see what we will see here. Now we're at 917, and we're banging our heads on the IB high, pushing it up. Rod's IB 30 has come to pass. No, it has not yet. Well, yeah, I guess it is by a tick. They're going to take 48s, that's pretty obvious, and probably the 50s. Looking at those piles of liquidity up there, it's also, don't forget, that's also the oh, something happened over here. How did that? I made a mistake here, boys and girls. I didn't move the overnight volume point of control statistic. The flag moved just before the open, so let's spank me. Overnight volume point of control. $80.9. Where did 80.9 go? I don't even see 80.9 anywhere. Did this jump way up? Oh shit, it came way down. See, it was way up here when I did the statistics, and I didn't notice that the overnight VPOC had dropped way back. My bad. There we go. Well, we're at 1 point. That's kind of handy. Just leave it there. Typically, the only ones that could move would be the mid or the POC, and doesn't look like that happened. This is the IB something high. This was the IB low from yesterday. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's what and identifying those triggers is the key to the whole thing, including trading. No stuff over here yet. I didn't even look at this code. I was so busy working on the hedge strategy and making sure I have my head around it to trade. Bar open yet? Let's check. Oh baby, no bar yet. And it's not 9:30 yet, so this thing hasn't started pushing the values. Okay. There's a way to adjust the gap between these, and I forget what it is, to be honest with you. It's a hotkey and do something with your mouse. Or maybe, wait a minute. Oh, I didn't want to do that very bad. Oops. Oh, so much for that. So much for adjusting that. Whatever this was. That was a bar, right? Breakout, retest. Now what? I think it's just the hold. I think everybody's on pins and needles, whoever everybody is. And I am quite surprised that there's been no reaction. Especially, I mean, Jesus, we all know POTUS, right? That, of course, maybe it's because it came out at 8:30 in the or 7:30 in the morning instead of 2 in the morning or some. He apparently does most of his posting at 2. I don't ever follow any of that, but I see people making comments about it. And if I'm not wrong, the opening candle is now flipped red. That bias indicator, because there's the open, and here we are. So obviously, am I lying? Let's check. I love it when I lie. There we go. Ooh, look at that red. Who is that masked man? What are you doing over here? Oh, this is Mr. Boomer gets on the mouse there, starts doing all that clicking around or that keyboard. What are we doing? Yeah, I was thinking along some of those lines exactly. But on balance, it's really I think it's really a great bit of thinking there on your part. Absolutely. So what did I forget to do? I'm sure a bunch of stuff. I probably forgot to type the open, in the time chat. I have to go through after the market and put those things in there. Well, we're smoking up on the IB here. So what is that for anybody in the stream that doesn't know? It is the most probable statistic in every open type. Every statistical open type. I shouldn't say every market profile open type and, all of those. There's a lot of different ones. These are the 4 statistical open types. What the hell is going on? IB 97.9, 97.4, 98.4, 98.1% probability that the IB high or low will be revisited at some point between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time. That's all that statistic is. It's very widely understood and followed by a lot of people, and it comes from the market profile world, but that's what it is. And it happens to be the most probable statistic each and every of the 4 days. Now, in today, there's a 30.6% probability that we'll take both of them out. There is a 68% probability we'll take the IB high, and there is a 60% probability we'll take the IB low. Based on this statistic, looking back over the most recent 1,748 trading days, where we opened higher in range, 540 of those days, those are the statistics. That's it. And we have a minute and change left. What would you suppose is going to happen? I actually even have a hotkey that says don't trade toward a statistic, wait for it to be achieved. However, with the Edgeful data, and I see quite a bit of front running the trade. In other words, okay, in this environment where we opened, the IB high was put in lower, or was put in first. On Wednesday, what's the probability that we'll take the IB low? Very low. The high probability today, now that the IB low is put in first, is to take the IB high. So front running is a really bad idea, in my opinion. But remember, this is just statistics, and just none of this stuff is, a time machine. Again, based on Wednesday, over 6 months for the MES, if the IB low was formed first, and that, I assume you understand what I mean by IB and all that stuff, there's a 92.3% probability we're going to take the IB high right there. So if you wanted to lean on something and you got long down here, that would be a reasonable, statistically reasonable idea based on the data. Could today be in the 7.69% of the time? Abso-freaking-lutely. But, that is a real reasonable idea. And assuming that does happen, and that the IB high is taken out, what would be the where'd it go? I gotta keep relying. I gotta get used to these. I wish I could put this over here. I could stop screwing up. So this is based on the initial balance breakout. In Edgeful, breakout means long side, breakdown means to the short side. On Wednesday, there's a 54% probability, and we break the IB high, there's a 54% probability we'll retrace to 25%. There's an 18% probability we'll retrace to the 50. So, in my opinion, if we retrace to the 25, that's the long. That's where you get long. This is after the break. So, price. Hold on, let me try to figure out the best. Oh, here. Keep forgetting about those groovy little pictures they got down here. All right. So, well, this doesn't really show the retrace, but the idea would be it breaks out and it retraces to the 25%, and you go, that's your entry. That's a bad picture. Sorry about that. That was a bad example, I guess. But we can look at the actual setup here, which is playing out right here. So, assuming that we break out the high, we pull back to the 25%. That's the long, and the stop goes under the 50. By probabilities, that is the means we have a 55, and once we break out the initial balance high, there's a 55% probability we're going to pull back to the 25% zone. But there's only an 18% probability we'll go all the way to the 50. So essentially, if you get long over here, you've got 18% probability that you're going to get stopped out. And that's the same probability, ironically, as all the way to the 75%. So I'd say that's slim and none. Those are two probabilities, right? And having said all this magical statistical crap stuff, watch us take the IB low. Now, if I'm reading this the wrong way or backwards or something, somebody jump on the chat and say, "Hey, dummy, you're right." Oh yeah, there it went. Somebody said something and we took the IB low. Look at that. So we just completed 7.3% probability and took out the IB low when the IB low was the first one to be put in. There you go. There you go. And I am absolutely sure that's got something to do with news. There's no reports or numbers out, so this is some, tweets or us or who the hell knows what. Bang, and that is 933. Boom. That put a frown on a lot of faces right there. Would have mine if I were leaning on that value. Now, what did that do over here? Now, this is lagging so far behind it doesn't know whether it's foot or horseback, I guess. Now in this picture right here on this data, it came to the IB low but didn't pierce it. But we got a groovy little thing over here. Where did that go? The IB chart. Okay, now I got to turn on IB stuff here. Oh boy, here we go. Initial balance. Let's do that. I'm getting so clever with all of this. Right, I'm with this next shiny. Ooh, shiny. Okay. We didn't take the high or the low according to this statistic. We did close red. But according to the chart right over here, and the red was formed first, that's right, the low. It's a cool little, I've got another one here that's also pretty cool. Let me, and these are the levels. Since I'm just busy doing this, Where's the other one? Oh, right here. Look at this one. Did it work? What does this thing mean? I don't know. There it is. Look at this thing. That's got a lot of stats in it. Huh? I don't think I can make it bigger or anything, but it's got all the stats associated with the initial balance and where we opened or where we did whatever. There's some news down here. Something happened. I had never looked at this thing here, but oh, wrong. God damn it. Sorry, wrong screen. This is a different dashboard for the initial balance. Can't get the microphone to work right. Oh, there we go. So we got the 21.5 point IB. It's narrow. There's 0.2% of the ATR. That's a lot of stuff, huh? Direction is south. The low is first. Breakout odds down only is 33%. Both directions. The targets, the ranges, the percent of thing. And breakdown period. This thing is saying the high percentage is to break down. Wait, what? Down only 33%. So you notice that this is going the other way. This is saying if you put the IB low first with these stats up here, there's a 29% that it'll be up only. There's a 33% it'll be down only. The first break is 33% south, I guess. Well, there you go. And that's what happened. Well, it hasn't happened yet, according to this. Does this say that it's been broken? Target 63% down, 50, 25, 75. Pretty cool, huh? There's a lot of amazing tools. There's a lot of amazing stuff you can find on this thing. But I think that's kind of interesting that it has a different probability. I'll have to look at that later. I don't want to keep waffling on about this stuff. Let's just get back to where we were. So here are the, it's a negative candle. And now these targets were just, I had them on there the other day for, oops. Cancel. I had those on there just for illustration. What's this all about? Why is it doing that? Initial balance, breakout, edge full. We don't want these targets. If it's going to be to the downside, we'll go like this. And then there'll be red targets below us, and I'll put a couple on the upside just in case, whichever way it breaks. So there you are. There's the red ones and there's the green ones. I don't know how you find the news. Do you? Does anybody? Oh, there we go. Dallas Fed business activity. U.S. Richmond Fed business reviews. Well, so what? Now this says that there has been no IB breakout yet, according to this reading. So I am the first to say, what is going on? And to be honest with you, this isn't broken either. So, I hope I've got this mic working, and I keep throwing it around. It's on a boom arm, so, and I'm not exactly Mr. Recording Studio here. You probably figured that out. Well, I guess they didn't. I guess it got down here to the ball, but it didn't take it out. I'll tell you, that's mighty freaking close to me. Huh. Well, I tell you what. Let's see what this says. Down here in any of my IRT charts, the info box here will display this information about whatever candle or bar I have the mouse on. So the low is 26. Well, sure as shit. The low, the IB low is 25.75. It missed it by a tick. Well, there you go. Because the IB, we did, but the IB high, hold on, maybe I lied about that one too. Let me say why I'm saying that. There, because here was the IB high, on maybe if you can see this one, here you go. Here was the IB high, put in right here. Then we went down here and took the IB low down with us. That was, and then we went up here and push the IB high. So according to this, we got the IB low first and then the high. Now, looking over here, that would be, here's the open. We put in, this was the IB high. We came down here and put in the IB low. Then we came up here and brought the IB high up right here. So the IB low was put in first, and the IB high was put in second. Because this is now the IB high. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's how I understand it. It goes with this data thing with Edgeful and with the data in, basically. I tell you what, that mystified me right there. I thought we had this. I thought we had the IB low for sure, but we did not. So the IB stat is still open. And look at them now. Up and down and back and forth, and you can hear the screaming and yelling from all the retail dorks jumping in the blender. Total range of 47, so 21 handles basically so far. Yep. And I never really paid attention to that before, but that's part of the data. That's part of the, a big part of the statistics to do with, especially with the retracement or the rejection. It's based on what formed first at the close, at the end of the first hour, looking back. So that's how I understand it. If I've got it wrong, whistle. Obviously, you know that. Well, that is pretty amazing. And I thought sure as hell they took the low. Well, anyway, okay. So the IB high is the one expected to be taken out first. We've got levels above us. We've already taken the overnight POC. And don't forget, we've got a all-time high from yesterday. Man, nobody move. I think I got this wrong. No, that's the previous. So this has got to be the 26th, the 27th. What is the day? Oops. This is the 26th. Come on, dummy. Now, given this configuration, there's a 93%, 2.31% probability we're going to take the IB high. That's why I was so surprised we missed being in the 7.6% group earlier. And something that I noticed about these is to be sure, looking back at 6 months, what are the data points here? IB low formed first. There's a 12%. There's 12 frequency of 12 instances that we took the IB high, and only one where it took the IB low. That provides these statistics. And these are the individual events, so you can go back and look at all the charting if you want to. And I'm sticking with my idea here. Oops, God damn, I keep forgetting to do that. I keep doing that wrong. I'm sticking with my idea that if we break the IB high and it pulls back to 25%, I'll take the long. Stop under the 50. That's my thought. And then hedge, Jesus. Hedge, baby. I'll be hedging up a storm. I'm going to be called, I might change my name to Hedgehog. There you go. I'm going to be the Hedgehog. Big dog, Hedgehog. Big dog, yeah. You bet. Well, it seems like we're not lagging, which I hate. Oh, no, I lied. We are. Yeah, 6 seconds. Gonna say, boy, that's amazing. I haven't restarted IRT or anything. We're approaching the cabinet meeting. You can bet everybody's gonna have something to say around that. Jesus. I keep seeing all this weird crap about Trump being carried out of the White House and taken to the hospital, and AI is getting so phenomenal these days. I don't know. And I think that's a bad thing. Nobody knows what's real or not. of it? Mine, yours. Well, if you guys are trading them, I'm impressed. This is some serious blender sports going on here now. Damn. I'm about 99% sure that I'm gonna do this going forward. I don't know whether I'll start this week or not. I'm going to start doing a stream on the Globex Open up until maybe the beginning of Asia or something in there, so that I can take trades and be recorded within the stream to fulfill my commitment to not take any trades off of the stream. But it just seems like a lot quieter, more directional. Looney Tunes in the group are not, burning up the airwaves, so I'm going to see what happens there. It'll be just like normal, only I'll probably add some name to the thumbnail about Globex or something, I don't know. And they're still toying with that IB low. Now, if you were a gambling man, you throw a long on down here, leaning on the 7%, with your stop one tick under the IB low. Look at this. See the liquidity flashing? Watch here. That's the previous POC, the high volume node, the developing value area low, and the previous IB low, all wrapped into one right down there. But it's going to shoot that statistic right out its butt. I'm not the gambler enough to have done that, but I'm sure somebody did. And it, and it is also mean reversion, but as Tom likes to say, we call it that because it's mean. Here they go. Those flashing boys down there at 25 have been advertising. Like that good-looking gal in the corner up there, I guess. Yeah, hey, big boy. Come down here and see me. Ooh, here's the WABC now. I'm no price action wizard, but supposedly, well, two things I see wrong. One thing I see wrong, the ABC is this is not supposed to go lower than A, but when price comes across the middle of the W or whatever, that indicates the reversal and go long. And with that and $5 you can get yourself a Starbucks, but it seems like it's working. On that note of price action, excuse me. I listened to, I don't know how it just comes, I don't know. Somehow or another, I always end up around 2 a.m. or something, and Tom Hogarth channel is on. Now it's this karaoke Andy guy. It's trading, so I plug it in. It's in my ear set, so I just listen till I fall back asleep. But I had picked up on some stuff the other day that I wanted to be sure of, and today it was confirmed. They trade a negative risk reward. In other words, risk to reward is 2 to 1. Risk 2 to make 1. And by and large, the setups are absolutely mechanical and breakout trading only. No range stuff, mean reversion stuff, anything like that. That's for sure. The espresso trade is this new thing, which is you put a margin or a factor above and below the high and low of the 10-minute bar, which ends at the RTH Open. So in other words, you start 10 minutes before the RTH Open, and the bar, that 10-minute bar, or however many, high and low, and you put a factor, in this case, 20 points, or I think what he's doing now is 15 points either side, and that's where the entry goes. If it's on the top side, it's long as the breakout, and if it's on the bottom side, it's short, and the profit target is the same distance above, I believe, but the stop is twice the distance below. Definitely. And a guy may, now this is not Tom, but this other guy's, Andy guy's, I'm sure, equally, not equally, but profitable for sure. That's all he does. Andy trades 90 minutes a day. And Hogarth, of course, makes. The other day he posted something, good day in the U.S. session, 51,000 pounds. But he trades like 100 contracts or something. But the negative risk reward surprised me a lot. A lot. Well, I wonder what the Lost Planet Airmen are up to in the cabinet meeting. They were going to have the cabinet meeting at Camp David, which I don't know that Trump has ever been there before, actually. Maybe. But then it was canceled because of weather. What the hell weather? I didn't know. Or that's what they said. Canceled due to weather. The upshot of that was, I guess, it just goes to show you there's a million ways to skin the cat, right? They're all profitable and lots of followers, and there's even a Tom Hogarth. I was looking to see if I could find a session prices indicator on TradingView while I was poking around over there, and there is not an espresso, but there is the Tom Hogarth school run there. That is how does that go? Let me think about it. It's a similar thing but no I don't know what you want to call it. There's no cushion, or in other words, on the espresso, there's the high and low of that bar, and then you put then X points above it is where you put the entry, and X points below it is where you put the other one. In the case of the school run, it's at the high of the high and low of the second 5-minute bar of the session, and you go in the direction of the breakout direction. I think that's how it goes. I didn't look at the indicator, but I thought it was interesting that somebody had put it on there. So here we are. Caution cabinet meeting, right? Einstein, Rooney, and the boys are whooping it up somewhere. Yeah, so the cabinet meeting is going now. I'm sure there'll be lots of statements out, and that's exactly why we're doing this right here. I think for me, it's really hopeful that they're not coming out with a bunch of tweets and insulting crap. Maybe all those things that Iran put out are true, and that would be really great. It would be really great to just turn back the clock to 4 months ago when none of this was going on. There was no issues in the Straits of Hormuz. Nobody was being charged. They weren't claiming they had control of the Straits of Hormuz or charging, tariff or any of that kind of crap. People just sailing up and down and exporting oil and hydrogen and everything else. And then, so in other words, it's just roll back the clock a couple months, and hopefully that's where we'll be. But I think what I've understood by reading some of the news, they really increased their position with regard to the nuclear stuff, and so that's because, of course, the original nuclear agreement with them, which Trump pulled out of. So yeah, let's hope, fingers crossed. Next, get rid of that bunch of screwy Putin asshole and all the stuff in Ukraine. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we get rid of all these nutcase wannabe dictators and the world just got back to normal again? That'd be super, wouldn't it? I don't think there's much chance of that for a while, but you never know. Here we go. And boy, every time there's a picture of this guy, there's some new gold crap hanging around in the Oval Office somewhere. Oh yeah, here we go. Nobody should believe Iran state media reporting. So they got a And yeah, and here's the big denial. So there you go. Yeah. Well, I was waiting for that. So there it is. They waited till the well, no, 9:30. So I didn't. I guess I just didn't see it pop up here. Yeah, I wondered. I was surprised it took them that long. Actually, basically, 7:30 to 9:30 took them 2 hours to. And they make the and they. I don't think some social media crap is the place to be doing top level diplomacy and governmental business. I think that is so bizarre. Apparently, it's the way of the world nowadays. But Jesus, I find that strange. I mean, everything Trump does is fits right in with him. But yeah. Oh well, okay. So we have a deal. We don't have a deal. Oh my God. Interestingly, though, with all that denial on the part of those fellows, no real dump on the market. So I guess the market is waiting to see if that's really the thing, really the case, or not. They're going to horse around here, and then they're going to take that 7 point whatever it is percent statistic. Wait a minute here. I didn't see what you were typing. No, I'm sorry, I missed it. Let me read up. Yeah, thanks a lot. I copy these chats and then so that I have them to look at on the charting in the evening, and I will definitely do so. I'm surprised you can't just download them or do something. Maybe you can, and I just don't know how. Oops. I just make a screen grab of it. Probably you can, I guess. Well, we just made 7.38% probability right there. I've taken the IB low first. And because I believe that's driven by this rhetoric and news coming out of Washington, I wouldn't want to take a long. Yeah, I'd be kind of leery of going lower. I see the targets down there, but this is being driven by the the illustrious ones in D.C. there who are, masters at misinformation and false statements and everything for the spin. It's really getting to be a lot.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Oh, yeah, you're right. God damn it. I was eating something and I didn't want to be smacking my lips in your ear. What I was saying, I don't know where I muted, but anyway, what I was saying was, assuming that we have, well, first of all, we achieved 7.69% probability by taking the IB low with the IB low formed first. So there's that. Excuse me. And then there's, given that, there's a 78% probability for 25% retracement, 56% for the 50, and then 22. So there's a 75% or 78% probability we'll retrace to here. This was where we got our 7%er. Here's 50, and there's a 56% probability we'll pull back to here. And only 23, 22, or 23% we retrace to here. What I was saying was, if we pull back, if we retrace here to the 50% of the IB, that you're supposed to short, but there's a lot of stuff here, right? The IB, there's the POC, there's the RTH VWAP, the mid, balance profile. The other side of that coin, I guess, would be to look at it. Oh, I didn't think of this. Here's a point of view to look at it from. Once the IB low is taken out, there's a 78% Whoa. The hell is this? I didn't do that. I don't think I did. Why is that? Why is all this doing all this stuff? Huh. I don't know what caused that. Maybe they're updating their stuff. What is this crap? I didn't think. I guess maybe they're updating their thing, and so they just logged everybody out and back in. That's pretty weird. Pretty weird at 10:30 in the morning. Well, here we are on a Wednesday. Let's start over now. There's a Wednesday. They're doing a lot of stuff, providing live data and all kinds. They're offering all kinds of stuff. What I was getting ready to say was, till I was so rudely interrupted by these guys. So this is Wednesday. Okay, let's look at the retracement. Now, hold it. Wrong one. Wrong report. I don't know why it forgot the MES again. God damn it. Sorry. What I was trying to say, and now it's too late because it's freaking over with. No, that's irritating. What I was going to say was, we broke out down here. There's a 78% probability we'll retrace to the 50 and to the 25, and 55 will go to the 50. So rather than look at those as entry levels, look at those as targets, mean reversion targets. We broke out down here. There's a 78% probability we're going to get here, and there's 55% we're going to get up here. Well, we've already cleaned the 25% off. So those would be the mean reversion ideas, I think. Or at least that's how I interpret it. Man, and now I'm not looking at that right. Rather than just looking at these as entry levels with targets on the other side. Because clearly this is the balanced day, and I think probably much more prone to mean reversion, but I wasn't awake enough to think about that until it was too late. And I'll point out that this is approaching 10 handles up here. Oh, well. And this would be clearly diddling in the middle. So, yeah, I like that idea a lot. That retrace to the off the low down here would have been counter trend, though, pretty much, though. Oh boy. This guy. Well, it didn't get to the 50, but oh, wait a minute. Is this thing over here doing something? No. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Okay, it's short. So, there you go. Yeah, this is not defined properly. Typically, I don't accept a breakout and the pullback on the same candle because these are bar back tests, right? So which came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, up here, because this is a negative candle, I'd say it's an extremely high probability that it opened up here and it closed down here. Well, so the touch of the pullback area was before the breakout, so that's not a signal. Unless It opened, went down here, went all the way back up there. I don't know. In a 5-minute candle, I'd have to look at this forming, and I was not standing here watching it form. But it smells fishy to me. Well, normally I like fish, but you know. Cool. At least they've got one of those. I would think they'd have one in the cloud somewhere, like AWS or something. But, you know. The problem that I don't know. It's a problem. It's just conversation while we're standing here watching this happen. So that I'm really glad that I finally worked out the mean reversion or the IB failure way of looking at the edgefield data, because that's something I had actually, I guess it's a duh moment for me, because I had actually thought, there's no IB failure idea here. They're always looking for breakouts, which is what they always talk about. And I guess I bought into the hype, but quite obviously, in this case, for sure. Well, in any case, for sure, you can always look at the pullback or the retrace as a form of mean reversion. Now we're going to go to 20 and then probably the 17s, huh? What I was going to say apart from that was the problem with this, the problem that I have with the pretty much everybody in the administration is they continually lying and spinning, and it's like the boy that cried wolf. Pretty soon you go, oh yeah, right, that guy, and then you just roll your eyes and don't pay any attention to it. And it could be something really meaningful and really, you know, is there really a deal with Iran that's going to end this war and have a great outcome for everybody on the planet, and especially in the Middle East? And these guys are just spinning it and lining up a storm because they didn't announce it first. You know what I mean? Or what? Who came first, the chicken or the egg? It's so disappointing. This is not, a casino in Atlantic City. This is the big league here. I really expect more from our politicians and our leaders, and it's in my opinion, it's a pretty low bar when Marco Rubio is probably the most experienced and somewhat professional politician in the cabinet. Jesus Christ, that's not saying a lot. But I think it's the truth, I think. And half of them I don't even know, and they're coming and going faster than shake a stick at. Tulsi Gabbard left quick and quiet. I don't know what happened there. You never know. Oh, here's another one. Same story though, you see. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, it's the same exact story that I was just talking about a minute ago with these bars, and I wasn't paying attention to this one either. But I guess I should start paying attention. I don't believe this would be a valid breakout signal, but not entry. Because can't have both on the same bar. In theory, unless breaks out, goes back up. No, you can't do it. By definition, you can't do it because the breakout has to open inside the range and close outside, which happens here. But you can't have, you need to have that in place before you retrace. So this code is not functioning properly on the, on the downside. So yeah, it's just all marvelous. Now we're going to go down and pick out those
Low is taken.
the 20s and the 17s, I'm guessing. With those guys in the cabinet meeting and this potential Iran thing, you know, this could either be a to the moon Alice or everybody head for the bunker. You know? We don't know.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Yeah, there we are now. 17's next. Well, I don't think I'm on mute now. I don't think I'm asleep now. Einstein and company are still whooping it up, I'm sure. I ate some leftovers, so now I'm sleepy. Pretty fantastically balanced profile. Huh? There's just a little extension to the south side now. Gonna get that 17 here pretty quick. There's more than 15 handles, you know, damn near 20 handles. Well, 20. And there we go. Bing, bang, boom. Who was that masked man? Who predicted that? Yeah, I got it. I was just kidding. The funniest part about the mute thing is the mixer, which is a Mackie DLZ something, is right in front of me, and that channel, mute on any of them, but that particular, the mic channel that I use is a big red light, you know. But that would require me paying attention. Looking at the screen and talking about what I'm thinking and realize that I'm on the wrong thing, fortunately you frequently tell me that I'm on mute, so that Magic Mike or Magic Guy was in here the other day. About every post was wrong screen. Oh, it's embarrassing. Not funny, it's embarrassing. Very unprofessional. Yeah, it's a Mackie DLZ, Mackie Creator DLZ XS. Works pretty fine. The only beef I really have with it is that I can't dim the frickin' RGB stuff. I can dim the screen and all that, but there's, like a little circle of RGB around the different knobs and stuff, and I can't dim them or turn them off. I have no use for that. It just annoys me. Absolutely nothing to do with trading, but well, there we go, down to those levels. And what does that mean, really? Let's see. We're still out in no man's land within yesterday's range, just barely. And yesterday did close the gap, or not the gap, it closed the outside range with Friday, but just by a handful of ticks. VPOC is way below us. Here we are today, yesterday, Friday. Still in shock about that volume. Look at this. Wonder if it could be right. I guess it must be. 772,000 MES contracts traded. 310,000 NQ contracts traded. 1,700,000 MNQ contracts traded so far. That's blows my mind, and I'm pretty sure that's probably the root cause of all the delays here, because it's IRT and Bookmap probably. Well, no, I don't. I'm not subscribed in Bookmap, but IRT is processing all that data, So that has got to be part of the problem. Oh, and we're almost sneaking up on 11 o'clock. I wonder when this thing is going to get over. Trump tells PBS News that Iran would not get sanctions relief in exchange for giving up would not get sanctions relief in exchange for giving up highly enriched uranium. I'm not sure I understand that. I mean, how does that make sense in anybody's world? And okay, is it just more word salad or misspoken or just some blustering spin or the truth or the deal? I mean, that's the problem. That's the problem we have, or that I have for sure. I don't know what to think or believe. No new posts from Nickelwitz here. He must quit. Oh no, 2 hours ago. Spot gold falls 2%. Hamas confirms death of senior commander in Gaza. Yeah, I know. Well, I'll mute myself real quick and then I'll say the most important trading tip in the entire world ever uttered by man alone, or women, or anybody. Except, of course, this guy. I'm not even thinking about putting a trade on one way or another, even though there's some interesting ideas here. But as long as these guys are talking and spinning, as long as the spin doctors are at work, I'm going to be standing by, yelling, getting increasingly disappointed. I'll see how another green tea does me here. I must drink a couple gallons of green tea and several gallons of water every day. I'll probably find out, that'll be the next thing. They'll say that's bad for your health or your prostate or who the hell knows what. Basically, this water gets boring after a while, and green tea works pretty good. So now here we've got a contradiction in the contradiction. Trump may unilaterally announce success at talks, but a member of the Iranian negotiating team says that unresolved issues remain. Trump's down here saying about this and that and something else, and oh, there he is. I didn't see it. Yeah, there. Here we go. Negotiations are proceeding nicely. Trump has made red lines clear. So you see, just in 3 posts here within a couple of minutes, and it's now 10:55. Yeah, I'm not even getting near the trading mouse trade-a-thon here. This noise going on. I think in these circumstances and this crazy environment we're in, where there is no apparent regard for accuracy or truth, I think you're better off trading non-farm payroll. You probably have a better chance. Because these guys are out there like Pluto, as far as I can tell. We're down all day. Context is down. We're pulling back. It's been sell the rip. This was a real another couple of ticks that would have been to the tick short. What do you do here? Is this going to be an IB continuation again? Or is somebody going to say something and Trump's going to go, well, April Fool, it's all over. And then the thing's going to go whistling out the top. There was all kind of news this weekend that a deal that was in place, and maybe that was fake news. I don't know. I don't know. It was that Midas touch. I saw that Mycelis guy going on and on and on about it. Didn't look fake. How do you know? How do you know? It's a bear flag, isn't it? Where it keeps higher lows and level highs or something like that. Isn't that a bear flag when it does that? I don't know. Like I said, I'm not Al Brooks. And here we go. Yep, somebody said something. There we go. Jesus. Yeah, there's a funny saying from a long time ago, I think, but it was sure is applicable. It making the rounds again is, if you hire clowns, expect a circus. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's the lack of truth and the lack of professionalism. And, the President of the United States dropping the F-bomb all the time. It's like, that's a role model for children in America. But maybe I'm just old, and maybe that's the new vernacular. I don't know. I don't know. Somebody said something, who knows what. Who knows what? I liked it when it was, we had non-farm payroll the first Friday of every month, and we had PPI and CPI and the FOMC stuff, and it wasn't just a continual barrage of crazy disrupting the auction. I feel like I'm in the wrong time. Let's see if I can see those probabilities. I'm sure there's a lot more to Edgeful and the data, being able to analyze this data that I am aware of here. Well, let's look at it this way. There's a 7.69% probability that we will take the IB low first break when the IB low was first formed. What does that mean? Doesn't make any sense. Well, yeah, here it is. It's a frequency of 1. It happened one time in 6 months. Boop, 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 boop. That's what I was thinking. And it happened on let's see, formed first, low formed first, low. Here you go. Wait a minute. Is the ending zone thing still on here? I didn't think that was I didn't think that was in it. That applied here. Oh, it does. Now this is the ending zone thing, which can make a huge difference. What this does is, depending on which IB formed first, it then ranks the strength of each zone opposite the one that formed first. So in our case over here, the IB low formed first, and the continuation candle formed, or closed I should say, in this zone. So this IB high low formed first, so this is the 25, 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. So this is zone 50 to 75. So zone 50 to 75. %0 probability that we're going to get that. IB low formed first. First break IB high. This doesn't make any freaking sense, does it? That's the way you do it. How can neither one of these be something? One of them's got, there's got to be, somebody's got to have a probability. Oh, wait. Where's that filter? One of them's got to work, doesn't it? Well, that's pretty weird. On a Wednesday, 9:30, 5-minute bar, wick only, any size. Well, I don't know what to say about that. Did I do something wrong there? This allows you to filter the price at the end of the period. Yeah. So the 0 to 25 always represents the side opposite the one that formed first. The rejection side. So that's correct. We just figured that out. And it's the end of the IB period, so the close of the IB. So I'm not losing my mind. The low formed first. There's the closing candle of the IB. This is 25, 50, 75, 1. Oh, and here we go back up here. Here we go loop-de-loo again. How can there be no occurrences? Seems like I must be doing something wrong. I guess if the low forms first and it closes in the 75% range, everybody goes to the bar. I mean, what happened here? Something had to happen. One of them's got to be taken out. That's got to be a problem with the data. Here, let's look at all days and see if it's just something to do with the filtering of Wednesdays. Oh, look at this. No occurrences. Well, I guess that would be this. That would be the statistic. There are no occurrences of that ever. Huh? Can that even be true? That doesn't seem to make sense. Is this saying that never was there a situation where Wednesday had an IB low formed first and we closed the first candle period within 50 to 75%? Never did that happen. Wow. That seems like a pretty skinny statistic, doesn't it? Wow. Let's see about more time. Let's punch this out to a year. Oh, that's it. It's within 6 months. Within a year, we got 100% low break. Wow. That's pretty amazing. Let's go to a million years. Well, not that rare. 50-50 on the upside. Well, let's get back to 6 months. Let's look at 3 months. This has been just breaking out one way the whole time. The less look back you get, the more into this craziness we become. What's happened to one? I'm sure nothing, but probably. That can't be true. Well, I guess it can. In 1 month, we've never had a situation where the IB low was formed first and where the first candle closed within the 50 to 74 to 75% range ever, according to this. Huh. Some interesting statistics I would not have figured out. Wow. Well, that's pretty interesting. Now here we are at the 25% again. And I'm not gonna trade that. All right. That's pretty interesting. And they better hurry up because I'm getting sleepy. It's dark, it's rainy, cool. You know, I may start doing my imitation of a snake. Well, that's pretty interesting, interesting data. And any of these, you know, sell the rips. Roop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. I mean, they're all, that's what we're doing. Here's the context. There's our open. And we came up here and diddled around with the IB high a bit. Now we've just been selling down. However, I think this is all just based, right now it is so precarious based on some comment or another. So nothing for me to do but watch, unfortunately. Maybe not. If it was nice outside, I'd go out and go for a run, a nice long walk, get some exercise and some air. But I don't want to go necessarily out walking in the rain. Very bad. I don't know if I could find this example or not, but yeah, here we go. Now, this is the reason I'm so cautious. First of all, look at this craziness. Huge gaps down here. Still haven't filled them. Why? Right? Why? Gas is $5 a gallon. We're in a war. We got wars all over everywhere. Consumer confidence is the lowest it's been since 2020. Unemployment and inflation. But this is where the market goes. Here's what I think about and what I remember and why I'm so cautious on a day like today. See this candle right here? That represents, here's the specs of that candle. 229 handles fell off, and that was 10 o'clock in the morning. On a Friday. And if I'm not mistaken, that's October 10th. This was based on a Truth Social tweet where POTUS threatened he was going to do something to China because he believed they had done something. This is all to do with trade. No, I'm not talking wars or attacks or anything like that. The market sold off 229 handles. No part of that story was true. China had not done anything. We did not do anything to do with raising tariffs or any retaliatory anything, because obviously there was nothing to retaliate against. But based on a tweet, completely baseless tweet, the market sold off 229 handles. Now, that's exactly why I'm leery when this kind of crap happens. We're in a real situation here. We're in a war. People are dying. The peaceful transition of oil in and out of the Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz was having no problems whatsoever until we started this thing. And now, is there a deal? Isn't there a deal? I don't know. But if this is the kind of reaction that can happen based on a completely baseless truth social tweet, worries me that under real circumstances, in this kind of irrational behavior, and there can be no other word for this that I see, it worries me a lot, and it makes me real cautious. There you go. And I know that's old news, but it is really, it's a pretty big deal, I think. Come on, open up a little bit here now. This is going to have the lag dance and do the this dance and somebody else. Yeah, that's pretty good. Crazy, isn't it? Completely crazy. And that's just the MES. And I was standing here when that happened. That's why it's so vivid in my mind. I'm not sure the IB statistic had been formed yet, but that happened 10 o'clock in the morning on a Friday. No news, no anything else. Just, and that probably around some, insider kind of trading, I suppose. I don't know. Because there seems to be a lot of that going on, and a lot of questions being raised, and, hundreds of millions of dollars being traded within hours or minutes of announcements and stuff like that. So I guess it could all be part and parcel with that. I don't know. But if you don't know, you don't know. So it's no different to me than if it's real news or fake news. If it has the same effect on the market, that puts me on my back foot. So there you go. Were you invited to Don Jr.'s wedding there, Anton? It was right around the corner from your house, I think, wasn't it? And my invitation must have got lost in the mail, I guess. Oh, wait. Yeah, they don't trust the mail, so. They don't trust mail-in ballots or voting, but Trump voted by mail. I think that's the funny. That's one of the funniest, but so typical for the hypocritical opinions of these guys. It's just amazing. As much as he travels around, I guess it was just a matter of not wanting to go in somewhere and vote, probably. Well, I don't know. I wonder how long this thing's going to last. Well, now Rubio's talking. First, I suppose they're going to go around the table. It was Trump, and now it's Rubio, and I suppose maybe, I don't know how they do cabinet meetings. Maybe they all go around the table and have a spiel. I don't know. I don't know. But now Rubio's apparently got the mic. I guess. I don't know. You can see the news for yourself. But he's still going. Why? I wonder. Well. We're working hard to get Californian oil reserves open again. Well, there's a little one on MES too. Just below the, just below the the mid and the VWAPs. What am I doing here? There we go. Yeah. Same story. The 30s, right? Yep. Well, they're at least they're lining up. Except, yeah. The problem with the trade right here is that look at all, it's so busy. Both VWAPs and the mid and everybody else in the way. And one of the things that Rod looked at a lot, and I forgot to mention this yesterday, as long as the VWAP is within the IBs, it's much less impactful when it migrates. If, for example, which one are you looking at? I don't know. If, for example, the VWAP had migrated outside the IB, quite a bit more significant. I don't have the data for that, but that was something Rod had cooked up or identified, uncovered, whatever. And see now, yeah, all right, me too. Now that Trump is more or less through for a minute, and Rubio's coming out with all this more or less positive things. Cuba, Venezuela, Iran. We didn't have wars anywhere. And now we got stuff in all three. Good news means this thing ought to go up. That's what ought to happen. I think I might take advantage of stepping away of myself till these guys are through talking. Oh, and there we have the VPOC migration back up again. This is a square dance, boys and girls. My advice is keep your powder dry, and unless you've got a hedge on or a real reason to do it, this is definitely a precarious environment. Here's our open. Here we are. We're still within a 30-point range. And it's a wild card in DC. So there you go. What do we have over here? More of the same. Do a lot of business with China now. Okay, yeah, so they're going one after the other. It was Trump, then Rubio, then Hagseth. Yeah, okay, well, good. Let's get it all done. Let's get it all wrapped up once and for all. I will not be. I am going to be away from the keyboard again. So there you go. Wow, what a chop fest. hope if you are trading this, you're doing well. This would not be for me, that's for sure. Right back to the open. Are they still having the cabinet meeting? I hope this must be done by now. No. Yeah, gotta be. Well, Hagsath and then Besant, and then it's pouring rain here. Thundering and raining, and it doesn't say they're through talking. I can't believe they're still going on, but could it be true? They got to be done, don't they? Here we go. Trump ends remarks at 12:15. We have things understood now with Iran, are his closing comments. So I'm not sure what that means, but let's hope for the best. Let's hope that what the Iranians posted early this morning is the truth, which I kind of suspect. But maybe Trump was butthurt because they got the news out first. I mean, I don't know. But whatever. Let's hope it's over with and everybody's happy and get back to normal. Get back to the way we were 3 months ago. Christ. Crazy. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Shouldn't be much of a question what's going on today in your mind. If there is, then you need to really take a long look at things. Look at this. $25 handles or so, 40. And what are the little robots up to here? Well, this Rowan is just going pretty crazy over here. These are both profitable, but neither one of them are valid in my opinion because my code is not functioning the way This is the breakout. Yes, that's true, but it should not be the trigger also. Same case here. This is correct. Breakout, trigger. But this one is actually valid. Got one over here. IB failure. These are all trading. These are all graphic representations of these trading systems, and they're working inside the IRT simulated environment, so that I can backtest and see if what I expect to happen is happening. Volume staying the same and the ATRs come way down. This looks like a real mess over here. Look at all these stop runs and Jesus. Looks like a lot of stuff, doesn't it? I don't have any idea what we're gonna do now, but go up and take out the IB high, maybe? That's always fun. Let's go do that. So I'm trying to figure out why the music isn't ducking like it's supposed to. Whatever. Magic guy, magic trader told me that the other day, and I forgot to look until now. Of course, in hindsight, the rearview mirror, any of these swings you made money on. Here's your previous low, reversal, and you're going up here and you've made all these points, and I really hope that that's the case. It is not for me because that's not how I would be approaching this. That's not how I approach it, so... Oh, it's so dark, I'm gonna have to turn the lighting on in here. So, 13:30. They finished about an hour or so ago. Two full hours of that cabinet meeting. Wow. Look at these VPOCs. It looks like a square dance over here. I think I'll be starting the Globex stream maybe even tonight just to get going. I'll start streaming about 1700 for an hour or two. That's my thought anyway. This RTH stuff is not too crazy. I'm thinking that there will not be as much craziness afoot. We'll see. Maybe I'll just watch it tonight as if I were streaming it, and then make that decision. The reason for that is I have a commitment to take no trades off of the stream. This is strictly to be fully transparent and fully accountable. So that's the reason the stream is so long now. When I first started, I thought, well, it was 2 hours or something, and I closed the stream, and then hour or two later, a trade presented itself, and I didn't act on it because I couldn't get the stream going fast enough and all of that. So I realized right then that the stream had to last at least for the cash session, and I don't think it makes any sense to just leave it running because that would be ridiculous. Maybe I'll do something where I do an abbreviated stream for the mornings. And then the Globex. I don't know. I have to think about it, but I'm gonna be doing some trading. This can't continue as it is, so I have with much gratitude to Anton, the hedge theory and the hedge technique, and got to get going there. Paralysis by analysis. This, however, is fairly normal market action. This is normal trading, They're trading them. Rotational, balanced trading. This is not what we're used to now. And there's another possibility to look at the NQs for more directional, more bang for the buck directionally. on the news, it would be reason I would say the market should be going up. But we are. There's so many crazy AI memes and stuff going around. It's just, I don't ever look at anything anymore except ground news. Pretty strange times we live in. They're going to take that IB high? Probabilities today, what are they? Let's look. This is pretty interesting here. There's no probability of when the IB low was formed first, which it was today, and it's a Friday. Oh, whatever day this is, Wednesday. And the closing tick on the initial balance is in the 50 to 75% range. There's no instance, there are no frequency. And on if the IB high closed first, there's only one of each, which is just blows my mind. And that's looking back at the MES for for 6 months. That's amazing. What do I mean about that? IB closing, it's simplest to look at here. This is the IB right here. So there's the opening print of the IB tick, right? And there's the closing tick. And that is within, and the way you assign the percentages is the IB low was the first level to be registered and remains. And then came the IB high. So the IB low was first formed. So in the way you then level them is you start with 25% at the opposite side. So it's 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, and 75 to 100. There's the print. 25, 50 to 75. So the IB low formed first. The print or the range was in the 25 to 50 to 75. That's how those numbers, that's where these numbers and that number comes from, or that position comes from. And the day is pretty obvious. 0 instances of that happening over 6 months. Go back a year. Okay, we got very little, but we've got at least saw them. We got one instance in a year. Not a hell of a lot more for the IB high. This is if the IB high was formed first. What this is the rejection. In other words, high was formed first, so it breaks the high. That would reject the common understanding is if we form the IB high first, the IB low is the most likely to break out. So in this case, this is the rejection of that theory, or vice versa. In other words, if the IB low formed first, the most probable would be to break the IB high, and it's 75% probability. We may do that at this point, but the key is first break. I don't know anything about TradingView, by the way, but these indicators, there's some real handy indicators which are come with the initial basic edge full. So you can get those by going to right here. And there's all these indicators that they provide for you. There's a couple of them that we're going to look at here pretty quick, which are interesting. Not the indicators themselves, but the code behind them. And like the sessions here is an interesting one. And this is the opening candle continuation, and this is the initial balance. The only ones I have up. Volume profile and volume profile from TradingView, and that's it. Interesting. And I'll tell you a little secret. I find it much easier and faster to do things here. What if stuff, spin it around, look at it, scroll in, scroll out. Much easier than it is to work with IRT, frankly. Oh, Magic Guy, I was just talking about you a little bit earlier. Telling Anton was meant some comment. You can see up the way there if you read up. You're on mute. And I said the other day when you first joined up, about every second, a couple of minutes, you were going wrong screen. Because I'm busy over here talking and not paying attention. I hope you're having a good chop fest. And boy, howdy, is it a chop fest. This is all, of course, look at that. This is what I refer to as retail soup. Because you can just hear them screaming as they jump in the blender and they make, the market makers make soup out of them. If you're a scalping guy and good at that and making money, that's great. That's not any of my vetted trades at this point, so I'm not doing that. But here is the book map view of what we've done today. I was just looking at the statistics. Quite shocking data, actually, based on which initial balance was put in first. Level was formed first, and then the probabilities in this case, the initial balance low was formed first, and then the initial balance set right about here, I guess, was it? Well, back here ways. And the first initial balance level to be broken was the low. There is zero instances of that on Wednesday, looking back 6 months. And only one instance looking back a year. This, of course, was based strictly, and this whole day is based on the, I'm sure you know this, but I'll just run through it in case you missed some of it today. The whole thing was based on there's this morning's post from Iran at about 7:30. The U.S. is going to pull out. We're going to have the Strait of Hormuz back to the same levels within 1 month. They're going to, U.S. is going to do this stuff. Here's the big pop in the. There's the big pop in the S&Ps. Well, then all quiet on the Western Front. Nobody says anything. No response from America or anybody else. We did know, of course, in advance that Trump was having a cabinet meeting at 10 o'clock. And what turned out happening was, finally, the White House on X, for Christ's sake, instead of, an official announcement, denies any of the stuff that Iran said. Then Trump and company have their meeting. And then he says this. And then finally he goes back. And then he says this. Then this. Then Rubio talks. Then, typical cabinet meeting. And Besant and Hegseth and all those guys. And the closing. And now look at this crap. Oman will behave or we'll blow them up. We're going to have to blow them up. What in the Christ? Wow. Didn't see that one yet. And then he finally gets down at the end of the thing, and it's that we have things understood with Iran now. Oh. I am not sure how things changed from 10 o'clock in the morning until 12:13 while they're all in a cabinet meeting, but, there you go. I think the whole story was Trump was just butthurt that they posted something first. I guess. I don't know. Beat the hell out of me. I'm so tired of thinking about it. I'm starting to think about I'm going to have another stream in the Globex because I have a commitment to take no trades off the stream. So, yeah, it's just, I'm so tired of this nonsense that happens. The market stuff is fine. It's just this chaos that is created. Nice. I'm glad you got a good long. That's great. You trade the NQ, right? And maybe that's a thought too. I mean, that would have to be a different time frame also. Need to get away from this random news crap, I think. So there you are. That's the news update, and it's 1400 and my strategies have been testing along over here, doing their job. The bar trade has been the bar's been open for a while. Another problem for me with this kind of a market and trading is that look at this look at the POCs. It looks like a square dance here, and all of these levels stacked on top of each other. That's very little meat on the bone. The range requirement there is not good. This trade has had a couple of winners. This is the basic EF. Oh, come on. Basic EF trade. These are not signaling properly, so I need to fix this code. This is correct. It's a breakout. This is correct. It's a breakout. The bar opens inside, closes outside of the IB. But the problem is, because it's looking at the entire bar out of sequence, you can't have the breakout and the trigger all at the same bar. Because just looking here, the trigger had to have happened, the level had to be reached before the breakout. So I've got to fix that. This is correct. There's the breakout. And here was the trigger. That's right. And then it got right. So these two are not accurately working. And that's exactly why I trade these setups, forward test them in the simulated environment so that I know what the hell is going on. This one worked. I mean, this one's does what it's supposed to do as it's supposed to do it, but it has been less than successful. That's why I started branching out, because I traded it methodically until, as you have to do with a vetted setup, if you've gone to the work of vetting a setup and capturing all the data, you have to trade that every time it presents itself in the market until it exceeds an expected parameter. So I did that until the consecutive stops exceeded the backtest generated data. And then I shut off trading it and started trying to figure out why. There's that. But if you just tweak stuff, or if you change stuff, or if you, I don't think this is right, say you've got a 5 consecutive stops in a row, 5 consecutive stops, and you get 3 of them, and you go, I'm going to stop trading this, I'm going to make some changes, you've just shot yourself in the foot statistically. Oh, there we go. Hey, Czar Trainer, what's up? Welcome. Welcome to the deal. Risk neutral trading, if you don't know, this is my virtual trading journal, and the idea here is that I capture everything on the video, and my voiceover, or this narration, provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. And so therefore this replaces a physical journal, and I can focus on the market without doing all those other things. And as a result, any trades that I take are live and fully recorded, anticipated, executed, and managed here in Bookmap. I only take trades which I have previously identified and done the math to actually vet statistically. This one being the first one, the initial balance, both ways. And I can back up what I say, because each one of these lines is a back test completely. There's 493 days, 762 trades. Each one of those is a back test, and there's a string of ES above them. These first things are the instrument, the setup configuration for the trade management and entry and stuff, and then this is the data. So there's the number of days, number of trades, wins, average win, loss, average loss, scratch, or whatever. There are better to look up here, I guess. There is the win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, risk reward ratio, profit factor, trades per day, MFE, MAE, consecutive losses and wins, long short, and then the gross commissions and P&L. And I can also generate Sartino and Sharp and all of those out of here if I want to, but that's how I do this. And I have a sizing tool that I use to size up from micro to mini. This is my risk calculator, which tells you based on account size and how much you risk per trade, how many contracts per trade, and what the price is or the instrument you're using. It tells you what risk it is per trade, how many consecutive stops in a row to blow up the count, and if you're trading on whatever win rate you put here, it tells you the profit factor and the required win rate to not blow up. So there's a few things I do there. This is just to give you a kind of a overview. And now I'm working on the hedge, which is a Anton actually suggested. And yeah, the thing I'm doing now for data, rather than, I'll tell you the honest to God truth. Everyone knows this. I'm no code monkey, right? So this took me a long time to figure this out. And it's not complicated code either. That's the embarrassing part. You know? Like that would be the code for, the simple code for the entry and each one of these things. Basically the way this particular strategy works, this is housekeeping. These are the rules, and there's only 3. There's an A, a B, and a trigger. Not very imaginative, but that's what it is. And then this is trade management. Took me a long time to figure this out. I'm no, code warrior. So what I'm doing now is I'm starting to lean a lot on Edgeful, where I can do basic top-down analysis for the day, and then I can do detailed initial balance data based on, and it's so fast, because I have various reports that I like and that I've tweaked. Really makes a big difference. For example, this is the initial balance trade, since you already know that. This is the initial balance trade on the MES back a year. I'm trying to watch another thing that I'm trying to do, which I think makes sense. Do you suppose that some strategy we were trading profitably is still making money, 2 or 3 years ago, is still making money today in this crazy environment where we're driven by news, and it doesn't even have to be, factual news, can be just some sort of a lie, spin, whatever. I don't think so. So that made sense to me when somebody suggested, why are you looking back so far? And that's one of the deals with my back testing in IRT. I was looking back 5 years, always. And there's an edge, and there, I have expectancy and R value and all of that. But I got to thinking, maybe 6 months is a lot more applicable to the environment we're in, to our trading market now. So this is the Edgeful deal. This is the initial balance report. And the only reason it's over here bookmark is because I've changed it to the MES. And this one is 6 months. There is an 80% probability on Wednesday. This is by weekday. You can have them without weekdays if you want on Wednesday. 80% probability. Watch this. 69%. You ready for this one? 57% probability you're going to get a single breakout on an IB on Tuesday. 80, 75, 88% on Friday, and no possibility of not taking one or the other. I find these things was a real eye-opening for me. because I've been thinking I was trading data until I got to really looking down. And it would take me a long time to code these kind of what ifs to do with days of the week and all that stuff. So I'm really going to lean heavily on this hedgeful. So we know that today there's an 80% probability. Now, there is a thing called an continuation report, which is, here we go. This report, and it's based on this. They have a cute little picture down here on the bottom of these things. For example, you can set this up to whatever kind of a period you want, but I have it set to the initial balance, 1 hour. So this is the opening print of the initial balance or the session, and this is the final print of the initial balance. If disregard this 30 minutes here, that's just something he's got. They need to fix that, I guess, because it's not. That's the. This is a green day. This is a red day. And I don't think they're trying to imply. It's a good question, actually, that I just thought about. Maybe they're implying you should use 30-minute bars, and this first bar being red. It can't be. That can't be the truth. Anyway, what it says in the rest of the stuff that I've learned from reading. This is if the open of the first print is higher than the close of the initial balance, that's a red day. If it's the opening of the first print is below the closing print of the IB, it's a green day. Okay, so that's pretty easy. So what happens after that is if it's a green candle, there's a 100% probability that we're going to break the IB, and if other way around, these percentages, and these are the frequencies. So the next order of business then is to go to the back to the initial balance trade or initial balance report, and start drilling in a bit and look at the rejection report, which means that, let me fix a couple of things here so that we don't get confused. I'm not confusing anyone. This is for all days and all zones. If the IB high is formed first, these are the probabilities of a single breakout for the IB high or the IB low. If the IB low is formed first, which it was today, this is the probability of the high and the probability of the low, of the initial balance low being taken out. Okay, now that's for all days and all zones. So let's drill in a little bit then. And let's look at all day, and let's look at days. Let's go to Wednesday. My goodness. What a difference, huh? If the IB high formed first, IB low is first. If the IB low forms first, the IB high is the preferred. So what they're saying and what this is implying is that the most likely initial balance side to break out first is the second one formed. And I can show you that. When you get this Edgeful subscription, you get all these indicators, which are pretty handy. So here is, let me just, forget how to navigate this thing. Let me shut off the initial balance thing. Here, boom. So This is the range or the session, okay? This is that continuation candle. It opened. There's the glass print of the IB, so it's down. Now, so that means that the IB low was put in at first and then the IB high. So the consensus of thinking is the IB high should be the most probable level to be taken out. So let's get back to the IB, turn that back on. So here's the IB. IB high, IB low. Now, these are just percentages of the IB range. This is 25% from the top. This is 50. This is 25% from the bottom. Or if you want, this is 75 to, 100 to 75, 75 to 50, 50 to 25, 25 to 0. And while we're here, I'm going to point out that when we figure the zones, which we're going to next look at in that rejection report, here's the open and here's the close of the IB. It's within this zone. You see that? Now, the way you assign the percentages is the most likely to break out, we just talked about that, is opposite the first IB level to be put in, up here. 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. This is in the 50 to 75 zone right there. Now, we come back over here to the zones. Zones. And this will tell you a brief description about it. 50 to 75%. Uh-oh. There are no instances where the IB low formed first and was a Wednesday and the IB closed within the 50 to 75% range. There are 0 occurrences of that happening in over 6 months. That's some pretty insightful stuff. And of course, this is a list of of any and all trades where that happened and all that data. But and it would take me forever to figure out how to code all that stuff up in IRT. Now, and if you go out to a year, that's what we were just poking around with when you joined up or joined in, I think. There was one occurrence down here on the IB low formed first. The IB low was taken first. There's one occurrence, and that is low broke first. Low formed first, low broke first. There's one occurrence, and it was on September 9th, 2025. You can go look on your chart. Crazy, huh? It's pretty, and there's some other pretty insightful things. One of the reports that I was going to look at today, which I have not done so yet, is I don't think I've even bookmapped one of them. Is a similar study based on the power hour. You can also do these. There's also a version of the similar thing for the initial balance for the orb. Well, what's the orb? It's just an opening range breakout based on whatever time frame, and the initial balance breakout is essentially an orb trade with a 1 hour. So I think they're pretty much interchangeable, but I don't do different time frames on the opening range. So so there you are. Oops, excuse me. And what I was going to try to show you was Where did it go? The open, the power hour breakout, power hour continuation. One thing to understand about the terminology here, breakout means to the top and breakdown means to the bottom typically. So this is a new high of day and this is a new low of day. And I'm just started looking at this thing yesterday, actually. Here's the frequency. So there's a great number of them. I'm going to get back to 6 months over here. Now let's see. This is the standard report. So this is a 79% probability that no new a new high of day will not be made, and an 85% probability that a low of day will not be made. Now let's look at the days. Quite a change. Dark and rainy and whew, only 22C here. It was 33 yesterday. So where was I going with this? Well, there we are with that one. And let's see what, for every one of these, there's an explanation video typically. And then here's this would be an example of the new high of day or new low of day during the power hour. So that's what those probabilities, that would be a breakdown. Oh, no. Breakout, new low of day. That doesn't make any sense. No new high of day. They've got them backwards. They got the pictures backwards. Here's the high of the day. Oh, no. I'm not looking at the damn chart. Whew, stupid. So there's no new high of the day or low. And breakout is there. I didn't scroll down. We broke out a new one. So there, that makes sense. Okay. I was thinking, what? And here's all the times that's happened. And let's see what we can customize. Nothing. Well, so there's not much to do with that report. I'm not sure what all to get out of that, actually. Except that on today, we have a 71% probability we'll not make a new high and an 83% probability we will not make a new low. And there are the data points to back that up. Well, that's not that insightful, but anyway. And what's the screener up to? This is something I don't watch much because it's got all this stocks. You can set these lists up any way you want them, and it'll give you what the gap fill is in probability and all this metrics for every one of these things, the orb trade and the IB. And you can set all that up over here, gap fill and, you know, orb and whatever else. And you can set them up in the sequence that you want them. Gap, IB was what where I'll have mine. Another handy thing that's here that I had created long before in that spreadsheet, the risk thing that I was talking about. So if you're trading a prop firm and you got $2,000 drawdown, or you have a smaller account, and you're gonna risk 1% of that, that's $20. That ain't gonna get you far, is it? Let's make it $200. That's 10% of your account per trade. It's gonna take you 10 trades to blow up. The recommended risk per trade is $80. You could do that with micros pretty easy. And if you are, this is conservative, moderate, aggressive, extreme, and this is the number of straight losses at a 40% win rate it'll take to blow your account up. And these are the ones that going up the ladder. And it's the same thing I had coded before, but that's kind of handy. There you go. So that's it. Another thing about Edgeful that I may not have said, I don't remember. They have coded, and part of that deal comes all of these indicators. Invite only. All of these indicators are provided by Edgeful, and you can use them as much as you'd like. I use the sessions, the continuation candle, which essentially sets a bias, and then the initial balance, because that's what I'm focused on. Do whatever you want. And this is kind of handy. It tells you which of the initial balances was taken out, what's the range, what is the initial balance, blah, 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 blah. So I'm trying to, I guess the short answer is I'm trying to switch I'm trying to switch my data mining from IRT, which is great, and it does all the back testing and everything. But if I was a young buck and could code like crazy, wouldn't probably be thinking about it. But I am not. So my goal is to trade and establish and maintain a consistently profitable trading business. Not be a code monkey or a whatever else it is, or a chart wizard, or So that's where I'm at. I don't know. If you have the Edgeful application or whatever, I hope you saw they made available the algo and optimizer for a week or something like that. Really, really nice. It would completely eliminate everything I do backtesting here, because it generates Monte Carlo models for your setup and all of the specs you could possibly dream of. I actually just got through using it. It quit Friday. Mine quit working on Saturday. Not sure what these are. Yeah, here's one. Here's a better one, I think. Let's go over here. Yeah. So these are really long. So this is just snag it, right? But this is what it looks like. These are the parameters set up. And then those are the realizations. And I don't know oops, I don't want to do that very freaking bad. It's real unhandy, but at least I have a copy, right? And then there's the equity curve, there's the drawdowns, there's the strategy health analysis, trade analysis, win rate, loss rate, consecutive wins, losses, trade performance by day, trade performance by hour, by long, by short, rolling hour, and monthly P&L, the reason, the exit breakdown and the P&L distribution and R multiple distributions, then you can jump to this, which I didn't take a screenshot of yet. Where'd it go? Somewhere around here. Well, anyway, this is the strategy. You can also tick a button around here somewhere. And the entire list of the trades is displayed for you. Pretty cool. Expensive, though, but very good idea. I would have to completely get rid of IRT and switch over to that, which means I wouldn't have any charting. And then it would be more or less affordable for me. But yeah, it's pretty cool. And I just saw that he's just dropped an API where you can do all kind of other magic stuff with live data and tick data and 5 years look back and all kinds of stuff. So this Andre is really driving on Edgeful now. He found his pace, I guess. So that's pretty much the way that goes. Typically what I do now every day at this time of day is the market recap, so we will. Thanks for dropping in, Czar Trader. By the way, I really appreciate it. I don't know how or where you got here, but super. And I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time until 1500 is the cash close. And I'm going to start doing, as I said before, I think I'm going to start doing a Globex stream early evening, short. Because the commitment, the reason the streams are so long is my commitment is to take no trade off the stream. So everything is recorded forever, live and direct. And I don't know if you're familiar with Bookmap, but if you are, there are this is a, breakdown of all the trades that you've taken and P&L and entries to the millisecond and all kinds of stuff. So that's pretty handy. Anyway, this is our day. Chop Fest, Retail Soup Extraordinaire. This is Blue Boy, which is just a vertical line indicator that I put on the first print of every session. And that gives me the ability, if I can glance over left and see Blue Boy, and I know that this is the current market condition, this is current order flow, I know that I have the entire session in range and in view, so there's no question about context. I don't have a dome here anymore but I just separated out the two important columns for the dome, which is the book. This is the resting liquidity, full level 2, session prices, because I trade with mouse on the chart. Or I can trade with the keyboard, but the mouse is much more accurate. These are my session prices pushed from IRT and streamed, published from 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 on Friday. And if these would be handy to you or anyone, just let me know in the chat and I'll hook you up. I share them with all kinds of people at Traders Lab and all around. It's a CSV file that comes from Google Sheets, Google Drive, and you just drop it in either here or this line indicator or your software of choice. Ned just has it go into an Excel sheet he's got rigged up some way that shows him what everything is, and he gets along fine with it. Happy to do that, free, of course. And these are the statistics, which I input every trading morning so that we know what targets we have to look forward to, and as far as levels and possible direction. This is the RTH volume profile and Delta full session volume profile, which will reset today at 1600 and start new at 1700. And these are the volume nodes, which are high and low volume nodes pushed from IRT. This is the session or the micro composite levels, which I put in there. We're going to have to change this around a little bit. And that brings us to IRT. The first thing to know about IRT that could be helpful is the header of each chart has the chart name, which is meaningless to anybody else, the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. All of them. This is the micro tab. This is my mini tab. And there's a couple other things, statistics and the TLab snap and all that stuff. So this is the micro ES NQ, micro NQ, and the micro ES high time frame chart, which is essentially, again, this is a daily candlesticks, day session. So each one of these is an RTH session. Wherever they overlap, I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates these high and low volume nodes here, the red-green things, and then the micro composite. And this is the market profile, of which I just leave ES. So that's a quick rundown. Let's see where we are for volume. We're at 77% of average volume for this time of day, looking back 20 days, and the ATR. Next on the agenda should be, probably, will be, what are we expecting for tomorrow? This is investing.com, my original news source, and the one I like to make screen snaps to post in Discord or whatever. They only track traditional financial stuff, non-farm payroll, FOMC, PMI, you know. You won't see I'm going to give a press conference or whatever else over here. And I like that because it is concise and it's normal. And also, if you notice, the event title changes to a URL. So if you don't know what ADP employment is, you can click that and go find out. As with both of these news sources, they're fully filterable for wherever you are, whatever reports you want. And they're free. That's why there's these ads every place. My thinking is that anybody that comes by the stream can have access to the same resources. Let's look at tomorrow. So here we go. Whoa, oh, baby. Would you look at this? This is the tomorrow report. Look at all this crap at 7:30. Holy moly. What the hell? I haven't seen that in a long time. New home sale. Well, let's run down on building permits, core PCE, GDP, durable goods, initial jobless. My. PCE. Continuing jobless. FOMC, it's just a talking Fed. Now, notice that there's only about a handful of them up here that are three-star. New home sales down here is also. So these are ones that have high market moving potential. So tomorrow could be a all hands on deck hootenanny at 7:30. And then we have the new home sales at 9. My. That's amazing. We're still in earnings, but the Mag 7's out of the way, and I don't think anything exciting is going to happen. Well, Dell's going to report. Today we had Marvel Comics. And I don't post these anymore because the lists can be so long. The other news source I use is Financial Juice. And I track it for basically the opposite reason as investing.com. They do pull these random things into their calendar. And I really appreciate that because our job today as traders is to preserve our account. And the only way you do that, or the fundamental way you do that, is risk management. And if you don't know about potential risk, you cannot manage it. if you've been trading at all in this recent environment, you'll realize that any of these kind of things, Trump or any of those folks get near a microphone, we could have a potential risk to the auction. Not saying that there's anything wrong with that. It's no political statement. It's a fact. So I'm happy when they pull these things in. Again, it's filtered by wherever you are and all those kind of things. Now, on this side is more of a squawk box where we have these running, things that are dropped in here with their weighting. And this is where we're going to get the market on close imbalance at 1450. So tomorrow's going to be a real big shoot 'em up day for numbers. See if we've got the great. Oh, Jesus Christ! Look at this thing go. And I will fall over dead, or eat my hat. That's a better one. If given all this development around Iran, if there's not tweets or us going off right, left, and center, and somebody talking and whatever else tomorrow, through the evening tonight and probably tomorrow. And I'm not saying anything wrong with that. I'm just hope that it comes to some good, rather than somebody's ego being bruised because somebody else announced something first or God knows. It sounds so sophomoric, it's like high school girls or something. But that seems to be the way things work now. So we'll stand by for the market on close imbalance. I've gone through Edgeful pretty thoroughly. I've gone through the charting. I've gone through how I develop and how I test trades. Oh, here's something you might be interested in. I don't know. Particularly as our trader, you may be interested in this. Backtesting with IRT. This is the setup. It goes both ways on the IB. So this is how you set it up. That's the instrument, 2 contracts, the session, the reports that I want to get out. If I want to see the equity curve, I can click that little boy. How many days? Let's look back 100 days. Okay. Bingo, bango, bongo. Back test. Poof. There we are. Now, we just tested 100 days, 50,337 candlesticks, 30-second bars. It doesn't like this very well with the IRT's got a real problem. That's another reason I'm looking around at some other things, because IRT doesn't multi-thread, only single thread. And with the volume we have through now, it's jumpy and jerky and laggy right now, and it's an older program, and I don't know what they're going to do about it, if anything. What's kind of worrisome is Bill Lynn is pretty much retired, I think. Eddie's trying to pick up the slack for development and maintenance, and Chad Payne, who was the key guy, left a couple of years ago. So it kind of, for example, I just updated to the latest beta because Eddie said it will be the production by the end of this month. And I needed an API in there that wasn't in the version I had. And I had the current production version, which is over 3.5 years old. So development is not really rocking. So there is the return, number of trades, long, short, max favorable excursion, max adverse excursion. There's a lot of values down here. Positions. This is pretty, come on. You see how this doesn't like moving or doing stuff when it, there we go, come on. Okay, so this one shows the return, number of trades, number of winners, max winner, average winner, consecutive winners. Same thing for the losers. It's a 2.45% win rate, profitable. I'm sorry, win rate 67% and a 2.5% risk reward. Max loser, average loser. And then these are all of the trades that have happened, all of those 100 and whatever it is, 174 trades. The time, the date, the trade entry, the exit name, which direction it went, quantity, symbol, price, total, and outcome. Pretty comprehensive. But it took me doing all of this to get these reports. And this is hold on. This is the equity curve. Which I hope it can roll itself backwards far enough. Maybe not. Come on. I don't guess it is going to. That's the equity curve, which is pretty dicey looking there. That looks terrible. Anyway. And you saw the difference in Edgeful. So that's how you do backtesting over here. It's fast and it's accurate, and it's like any backtest. It is 100% computer driven. It is not, there's no discretion in any way. And that's what makes it a bona fide vetted trade, vetted setup. So there you go. We got another couple minutes till, let's see how the bar is working out. Is the bar open? Yeah, but nothing going on over here. This is a trade I'm working on, the strategy. It's a big one for Rod, and they use it a lot. Bar trade, breakout and retest. Well, the first thing I need to do in order to build a strategy that I can backtest is to identify and define or quantify the bar, the consolidation, and then you can have the breakout and the retest. That could be coded fairly easily, I believe. That's what I was trying to do here, and I'm not getting too far. We already talked about that one. Yeah, I don't know what else. Got anything else that you need to, I might be able to shed light on? Just remember that it's 8 o'clock in the morning, and all the times that you see on my charts are Central Standard Time. And another thing is, notice that I stream the entire monitors, not just the application. So any programs I'm using is open at the bottom, as is the computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, the date, ties back to Bookmap. One more, just furthers my effort for transparency and accountability. Yeah. Like and subscribe. I'm only in it for the subs and the stuff. That's great. I really appreciate you guys dropping in, and really appreciate contribution in the stream or the chat. That's a big deal. The stream is by no means my way or the highway. It's a collaboration. I do what I do openly for all the world to see, and the collaboration and feedback is, hope, beneficial for everybody. So there you go. And I was obviously not monetized in any way by YouTube, so likes and subs are cool. But the chat is really where we can have a dialogue. And we're going to be out of another 10 seconds here. We'll get the market on close imbalance. Should pop up right over here. I suppose they'll all be buy side, be my guess, with all this wonderful news happening. I thought it was so surprising this morning when there was no response from anybody for hours, Well, there's the market on closing balance, and that's about no number. No, I was wrong. They're all sell side. That's why I don't predict what's going to happen. Now, this is pretty substantial. This is read as the following: 2,332,000,000 S&P contracts imbalance for sale. This is not the total number being traded. This means there are 2,332,000,000 more contracts to sell than buy. Offered. 757 million sell side NAS, 612 sell side Dow, 475 sell side Mag 7. That's pretty. But here's the part that always puzzles me. Whoops. Here was yesterday. 1,789,089 buy side. 1 billion buy side. This was yesterday. Now, two things always surprise me about these numbers. When we all, we think we're just sure that they're chasing our stops and they're looking for our 2-lot stop. Imagine that. Imagine 2,332,000,000 imbalance. The depth and the size of the market that we're in, I mean, we are just like little water skippers on a pond, I mean, really, if that, or amoeba or something. It's amazing to me. So there we have it. Oh, Rubio's going to testify before the Senate, and I saw somewhere along the line that so is Vicente. Yeah, well. Hey, Anton. Okay, yeah. Well, I've got your list of stuff there, and I'm going to be working on those things tonight. I saw the most amazing thing. Well, I shouldn't say that. Everything that comes out of the news is pretty much amazing. Trump's going to pardon Giselle Maxwell. Can you believe it? A baby raping, human trafficking, Jesus, convicted of all those things, girlfriend, business partner of Epstein. The deal supposedly is that she's going to testify, quote unquote, under oath, quote unquote, that Trump had nothing to do with anything. Never did anything wrong. That was just in the news feed a while ago, and not trading news feed, but so maybe it isn't true. But I've been waiting for that shoe to drop now for quite a while. Ever since they moved her to the cushy, the country club, center over here in Texas, and gave her a present of a puppy. This was the new Attorney General did that. Sex offenders are absolutely not supposed to be ever taken out of their max security to a country club thing or moved. And he wouldn't answer when the senators asked him who authorized it. It's the craziest thing. Craziest stuff going on nowadays. I can't even understand, but nobody cares whether I understand them or not. And that's fine. That's why I'm trading. So I will be doing my homework tonight. Yeah, I'm just like, well, sure, why not? And Epstein probably isn't dead. They probably smuggled him out and he's living in Riviera. I mean, God, nothing, absolutely nothing would surprise me. Absolutely nothing. Jesus. There we go. Well, good for him. He's going to fit in well with. He's jockeying for position with the on the team there. This boy. Yeah, it's amazing. Truly amazing. I didn't, to be honest with you, I'm old, right? As you guys know, probably. And I'm literally, when I joke about being an old cowboy from Montana, that's exactly the truth. I never dreamed that I would see my country unravel so bad, to such an extent, so fast. It's just breathtaking, and not in a good way. In terms of rule of law and Bill of Rights and, important things that really matter. It's really strange. Anyway, so here we go, and we're going to zoom into the close at the top of the hour. I'm going to be, I probably won't, take care, Anton. All the best. I'm going to start thinking about this Globex stream at around 1700, seeing how that works out, and then I don't think I'll start doing it until I'm conflicted, because if I see a good setup and I'm all live, I want to trade it with the hedge thing and all these with the new hedge strategy. And I will be conflicted as to whether to do that or not. So I guess I could temporarily start a stream, and if it turns out to be a dud, I can just nuke it. I can nuke it. But yeah. Y'all have a great night. Remember my final parting sermon here every day, or pretty much every day, is, there we go, I'll get the chapter markers there. The most critical tool you have in your piece of equipment you have in your work trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. And that's really, I mean that seriously. We spend so much time and effort and money on indicators and Edgeful and software and whatever else. And just think about it for a minute. Your eyes take all that data in, your mind processes that data, and you use that information to make financial decisions for you and your family. It is the most critical piece of equipment you've got, and perhaps the weakest link, because, and if you don't think or like to hear that, here's what you do tomorrow. First of all, come to the stream at 8 o'clock, and we'll do the setup and the pre-market and all that. And then at 8:30, you're all ready to trade. I want you to be at your desk with your hand on your mouse, and then close your eyes. Keep them closed for 5 minutes. And tell me how your trading day went. So you need to really take care of yourself. Be well rested. Be well hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt, throw the mouse in the garbage can. Every couple hours, get up from the desk and go take a walk outside. Rest your eyes. Get some soft focus, some UV. Stay as fit and healthy as you can. Exercise. It's really important. I mean, if you're taking trading seriously as a business, which is what we are in here, most of us, and the new guys, welcome. And I hope you are as well. But it's really important, And this is without a doubt if not the most, one of the most competitive businesses and occupations there is. So the people that, you got to remember that we are trading a zero-sum game here. And that means that it's absolutely impossible to ever have more buyers than sellers or more sellers than buyers in the futures market, because by definition, we trade a contract which has one of each. Yes, there can very definitely be more resting liquidity, more limit orders resting, more ask than bid, for example, or the other way around. But transacted, the tape, impossible to ever have an imbalance. What does that mean? That means for every person that was buying all this way up here and joyously taking, we're going to the moon, Alice, somebody was on the other side of every one of those trades selling them. So somebody's sitting up here, likely, with a lot of short inventory. And how would that person, that entity, make money? They would take this thing down and squeeze out all these joyous stops and profit from it. So the Citadels and the BlackRocks and the Goldman Sachs trading desks of the world, they hire the most highly educated, young, fit, bright traders that money can buy. And they support them with floors full of analysts and code people and all the money that you need to trade. And their only mission in life when they come into the job is to be on the winning side of that trade, of each one of those contracts. And likely, very likely, because of the numbers, guess who's going to be on the other side of that? The non-winning side. You got to really be on your game. So take care of yourself. Have a great night. Thanks for coming by. Please drop in, like, subscribe. Drop in every day at 8 o'clock in the morning. The stream runs all day till 1500. So you have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. Do something healthy. Chase mom around the house, whatever it is, Get some exercise. I'll talk to you tomorrow or later tonight, maybe. But on this normal stream tomorrow for sure, 8 o'clock. Central Standard Time. Have a good one.